Chapter 1829. Nature Manifestation. Star was one of Maple's best, favorite wide-area attack skills. Well, it was purely because of its wide area of effect, focused fire, and saturated energy, which was why he liked it very much. It was about the same frequency as the three forms of nothingness, since there was probably no one in the void who liked wide-area attacks more than him. How should he describe such an attack? He got it. For example, in front of him was a void or a star field. In short, it was to treat the large area in front of him as an ocean, a vast and boundless ocean. Then he would randomly choose a spot on the ocean and set a circular point. The size of the circle would be up to Maple's liking. Then he would open a vertical hole of the same size in the ocean. The surrounding seawater would pour in the moment the hole was opened. The seawater that poured in would be the destructive energy that filled the hole at the moment of saturation. By the way, the hole would be a bottomless hole, so it would not be filled. Moreover, after the hole was opened, in addition to the surrounding seawater passively pouring in, it would also erupt with a powerful suction force. The seawater further away would also be affected by this suction force, rolling up huge waves and smashing into the hole with the momentum of the waves. It was more or less like that. Compared to manifestation of the stars, which was a wide-area attack, it was more like a concentrated bombardment skill. It was just that Maple would sometimes make the hole very big. For example, he would make it the size of 200 or 300 galaxies put together, or the size of a few thousand worlds. In any case, the basic attack range was to drown the void in front of him. Compared to the three forms of nothingness, which was an attack with no difference in area of effect, it was a skill that was forcefully added in area of effect damage by someone. Furthermore, he had actually tried to withstand Maple's nature manifestation, Star, when he was a mid-tier premier. It was to test the power of the skill, to see if Maple's strength had increased, and then to see if his ability to take a beating had improved. The result of the test was quite touching. He was burnt to a crisp after 2 minutes, and even lay in the Temple of Origins for half a day after that. When Sui Feng, Jing Yin, and the others came to visit him, their expressions were so interesting that it was as if they were paying respects to a deceased person. As the saying went, a single punch from a strong man was nothing to be afraid of, provided that the punch didn't kill you. However, what was scary was if a strong man could continuously punch and kick you for 2 minutes, and the effective number of punches could reach more than 2,000 per second. That was really, just thinking about it made his scalp tingle and his waist hurt a little. That's right, when Maple uses this skill, there are actually 3 situations. The first is to shout out the entire sentence. Yep, it's that one sentence. If it were someone else, they would probably have to chant it for a long time. The preparation for this skill is actually quite troublesome. The second situation is to simply say the words nature, stars. This means that Maple is about to go all out and is planning to push the enemy to the brink of death. In less than 2 minutes, he will definitely follow up with any one of the order, disintegration, and the 3 forms of nothingness, or even 4 of them, or a few consecutive rounds. As for the third situation, when he shouted nature's call, it meant that it was a temporary and instantaneous release. Most of the time, for example, when he suddenly wanted to beat him up, he would use nature's call to push him into the void without saying a word. He was already used to it. Talking about this in the face of a great battle seemed a little off topic. It's fine, he deliberately went off topic. If he didn't go off topic, he really wouldn't know how to describe the scene in front of him. Using the analogy, just now, the void in front of him was like an ocean. Endless energy with enough force to annihilate the void kept rushing forward. That was the scene depicted by the explosion of 196 types of origin energy, the endless energy of the void, and the hundreds of millions of magic circles behind Maple. No matter who was standing here, they would only see a colorful energy stream that seemed to have gathered all the colors in the world gushing forward, like a waterfall. The only problem was that the diameter of this waterfall was probably calculated in light years, starting from 1 million, and this was only the size in the void. If converted, This stream of light could actually drown tens of thousands of world groups. He was still being merciful and didn't let the wildly gathering energy explode on the spot. If it did, not many of the billions of order beings behind him would still be standing. Boom! The surging torrent of energy washed the void ahead for a full minute before it slowly came to a stop. Even when the energy began to recede and stop, the void in front of him continued to release countless high-density energies that were difficult to dissipate. The extremely unstable energies that remained, mixed with the energies of the void, would suddenly explode if one was not careful, exploding into balls of colorful energy in the void. Large and small, they filled a third of the area that the energy washed over. There were even more energy anomalies that appeared in the void because the residual energies were too dense and mixed with the aura of the void and the void. It would probably boil for a while before it slowly calmed down. This guy is getting more and more violent. Hui lifted his head from behind the guardian shield. This was his classic move. When he looked up and saw the countless traces of chaotic energy explosions in front of him, the corner of his eyes could not help but twitch a few times. It should be quite exciting to be sucked in. He knew that this guy definitely could not be treated as a cricket at the peak of the origin. Don't think that just because he did not have any changes in his realm in the past 5 eras, he did not have any changes in his combat power. With his combat power that was not at full strength, he could definitely push Hui and the 100 or so inheritors into the void and beat them up violently. The combat power of one person who challenged half of the nodes was probably, that would require Maple to fully use rule, order, energy form. Probably, the void in front of them had become completely empty. There was not even an ant formed by chaos energy. Those chaos generals and chaos constructs that slightly surprised them had all turned into ashes, like a dark cloud that shrouded the world of order. The 3-in-1 chaos clouds that made them gradually retreat from the middle and lower realms to the upper realms had also dissipated, although there was still chaos energy squirming in the void in the distance. Because they did not have enough manpower and did not arrange enough power, there was no way they could divert power to suppress it. The chaos energy that had probably been tortured to death by the chaos energy. It was not to the extent of turning from order to chaos. However, order could not bring any suppression to chaos. The chaos energy that was surging in the no man's void would recover its power faster than anyone could imagine. It meant that it would not be long before a new battle. Now it was just an intermission. Boom! Boom! The eruption of energy sparks in the distance attracted the attention of all the order life forms behind them. Yun Nuashing, Hui, and the rest turned their heads. The void that I Ching and the rest had used all means to suppress was now spewing out powerful energy at the same time because of the explosion of the annihilation energy and the origin energy. The suppression power was fading little by little. Little Ching, what's the situation over there? Is it a counterattack? Hui immediately pulled I Ching's soul and shouted, "It's a resistance from the inner area, but it's not a big problem. With the energy tower we left behind and everyone's suppression power, we can definitely..." As I Ching spoke, the void in front of them exploded with even more annihilation energy and origin energy. The huge impact made their faces twitch. They had forgotten that they were still reporting to the two of them. They quickly ordered, "Continue to increase the suppression power." No, don't be in a hurry to throw that huge amount of energy in. If you throw it in, I'm afraid they will blow up along with the seal we left behind. Lord Hui, Lord Feng, the situation here is still fine, but I hope you can come quickly to help suppress it. I'm worried that something unexpected will happen if we delay. I Ching hurriedly left a sentence and hung up the soul message. They could feel that the former was continuing to increase all kinds of power, almost mobilizing half of the void's energy to cover that area. The domain suppressed by the original light is slightly impacted. It's a mixed impact of the annihilation energy and the origin energy, although I'm confident that it won't. Yun Nuashing stopped mid-sentence. He pondered for a moment before saying, "But it's the underworld after all. The underworld, left here, and the underworld in the outer void, who knows which side is stronger? To prevent any accidents, it's better to go over now. The annihilation energy and the origin energy are very strong. It feels like they are more powerful than the one outside. Is the order and chaos of the mythological era stronger, or the order and chaos of this very moment stronger?" Ah, well, Hui folded his arms and frowned in thought. From the clues we've found, both sides must be stronger in the mythological era. Well, I mostly know what you mean. This is the oldest battlefield since the mythological era, and the sparks of the war between order and chaos have yet to be completely extinguished. The underworld left outside should be more or less the same, although they have the immunity space to withstand the various weakening and decline brought about by the shattering of the environment's rules. There's no guarantee that the annihilation energy and the origin energy in their hands would not weaken as the environment changed. That's the general idea. Yun Nuashing nodded. But as for the last question, well, perhaps we've underestimated the power that the underworld might have preserved. Perhaps they hold the greater power of order and chaos in their hands, but have yet to really show it. Huey's cheeks twitched as he waved his hand vigorously. No, I'm not underestimating them at all. Not only that, I'm wary of them as an enemy. It's almost at the level of the origin god and the chaos concept body. Hui said as he spread his hands. TCH, let's not talk about that. Anyway, let's go help I Ching and the others hold down the scene. We still have to make sure that nothing goes wrong. He turned to look at the beings of order. We don't know if that person in your family has said anything. We don't need too much help over there. You should seize the time to rest and recover your strength. This war is far from over. Every minute of rest must be used well. Everyone looked at each other, unsure of what to do for a moment. It was only until their respective commanders ordered everyone to regroup that they rested. After leaving some magic circles to help them rest, Yun Nuashing and the others were about to go and help I Ching hold down the underworld when suddenly an urgent voice rang through the soul. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! The underworld is attacking. There are Yuanshi out there. There are almost 100 of them. There are chaos constructs appearing. We have observed an extremely large amount of annihilation energy in the area. There are huge objects appearing from the void in the area that are being held down. The void here is being suppressed and locked down. They are also trying to hold us here. You can't run away. Do you want to fight to the death with us? How can we let you have your way? Everyone, switch 2/3 of the energy in the energy towers from being suppressed to attacking mode. Blast those guys who are poking their heads out of the net. Gather all energy. 3, 2, 1, fire! 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 The void that had only calmed down for a few minutes became extremely irritable once again. Violent energy, visible to the naked eye, could be seen on the other end of the void, exploding into a vast sea of light and igniting the dark void. An energy that was a mixture of order and chaos was rapidly emerging under the suppression of the violent energy of the sea of light. There was a high chance that it was trying to overturn the inescapable net that they had set up and then trap them in the net. As for whether they intended to continue fighting after that, or to flee first, let's talk about that later. Whatever they want to do, whatever they want to achieve, we just have to stop them from achieving it. Hui quickly picked up the Guardian's shield and Guardian's sword. He led the rest of the people and turned into a golden light that pierced through the void. In an instant, they arrived at the battlefield where millions of energy towers were exploding with endless energy. Yun Nuashing turned around and looked at Siyu and Feng Qinghuang. He nodded at them and said, "You two go and help first. I'll be right behind you." Siyu and Feng Qinghuang looked at him strangely. They did not hesitate and rushed into the battlefield in the next second and unleashed their power. Yun Nuashing slowly took a few steps forward and left the place where hundreds of millions of order beings were. He did not take the lead to go to the battlefield. Instead, he walked to a relatively empty void. He raised his hands and looked at the annihilation energy that was ignited on his hands without him noticing. He frowned slightly. The order of chaos in the greater void has taken the upper hand. There is a possibility that the law of order might be reversed. As expected, this place is different from the void that I know. So, when the law of chaos reaches this level, the annihilation energy will have this kind of change. He raised his head and looked at the depths of the void. He did not know where his gaze landed. He was just looking at it casually. He could feel that something in the void was trying to attract his attention. The movement did not belong to order. In other words, it had nothing to do with the origin, heavenly God. Then it could only be chaos concept body, the little angel whispered in his soul. Her voice was solemn. This was probably the reason why the annihilation energy suddenly flared up. It was just that she did not know where it was watching him, or it was just trying to attract his attention. It was a reaction that they did not expect. They did not expect that the annihilation energy would have such a change in an environment where the law of order was declining and the law of chaos was multiplying. It was a little enthusiastic. Well, it was like an unpopular club that saw a newcomer standing in front of the door, looking in hesitantly. They immediately became enthusiastic and tried to drag the newcomer into the club. The little angel's pretty face could not help but darken a little. Are you trying to say that they can't wait to pull you into their club? It's just an analogy, but this movement is really very similar. Yun Nuashing covered half of her face with a bitter expression. The little angel also felt helpless after hearing this, being stared at by the origin, heavenly God, and the primal chaos concept body. It was true that there was no one in the void who was more miserable than him. If he wanted to find someone else, he would have to look for them in the river of time more than 300 eras ago. Is the effect big? Can you still move? Yun Nuashing sensed it carefully. The annihilation energy in his body remained in a boiling state, as if it had returned to its home ground and became excited. The other half of the origin energy that occupied the field, because they had coexisted for 5 eras, ignored the 2 of them who were in the same body. Perhaps it finally realized that even if it fought with its life on the line, it would only kill him. But at this moment, the 2 annihilation energies did not intend to do anything to him. Instead, they were moving according to his wishes. At least, they did not cause him any trouble in the past 5 eras. Oh, one of them was a newcomer. He did not know about that one. Let's observe for now. By the way, I'll deal with the problem of order in the void environment. Hui and the others are fine for now. They can still handle it. Yun Nuashing let out a long sigh of relief and waved his hand, ignoring the annihilation energy that was churning in his hand. His gaze fell on the place where Hui and the others were fighting. The life form of order wrapped in chaotic energy was rampaging within the blockade that was surrounded by energy towers all over the ground. It was a primeval heavenly god from the underworld, a beginner. It was the first underworld life form that he had seen that was personally tainted with chaotic energy. It was not a fledgling, although the fledgling was also from the underworld. It was after all formed using chaotic energy as a catalyst. It was not a human or a ghost. Yun Nuashing could not tell if it was a life form formed quickly from the beginning to the end, or if it was just a forced conscription that could fight against them for 5 eras. In any case, that wasn't the aura of a normal life form. It was easy to tell that the life form of order that was tainted with chaos energy was a genuine, primeval, heavenly god that had a lifespan measured in epochs. He even took the risk and allowed himself to come into contact with annihilation energy. Yun Nuashing did not know if the primeval heavenly gods were forced to take the risk in the battle back then, or if they were forced to use chaos energy because they were forced into a corner by Yun Nuashing and Yun Nuashing. Judging from the characteristics of these things that the chaos specters called loaches, well, it was really hard to tell. Hui, I'll leave the battlefield over there to you. Call me if there's any problem. Hui was about to hit one of the primeval heavenly gods with the divine energy staff when he heard that. His hand trembled slightly, and he accidentally used all his strength to hit the primeval, heavenly god like a ball into nothingness. What? No, what's going on over there? Did you run into some trouble? Could it be that the chaos concept body stabbed you in the back? Back your head. Yin Nuashing rolled her eyes at Yin Nuashing. Anyway, don't worry about it. Just call me if there's any trouble. I'll be there whether there's any trouble on my side or not. We felt a little weird that Feng Lin threw the soul message aside after muttering so quickly. However, from the feeling that came from the soul seed, we did not feel anything wrong with Feng Lin, so he could only ignore it and focus on what was in front of him. Tens of thousands of gray energy beams with crazy scarlet patterns burst out from the void in front of him, piercing through layers of order defenses and rushing towards his face. The 3-in-1 chaos energy was much stronger than the standard chaos energy that they faced just now. However, it was weaker than the chaos impact that the chaos generals unleashed. The violent presence was enough to lure the order beings into a frenzy across the void. They did not dare to let the millions of order beings go on a rampage with them, and could only let them provide support within the order domain that they had built. The heavy clashing sound of the chaos impact reverberated throughout the surrounding void. We could not tell if it was the 3-in-1 chaos spawn that unleashed the attack or the primeval heavenly gods that were tainted by chaos. Lord Hui, there's an extremely huge spatial ripple coming from the void in front of us. It's hard to tell what it is. There's no need to tell. If I'm not mistaken, it should be more than a dozen world-light clusters, and the power that is lying in ambush within those world-light clusters, ready to fight us at any time. Hui said, quickly. The shield in his hand burst out with holy light and dispersed the chaotic impact that had been shining on him for a long time. He shouted as he walked forward. Let 30% of the energy towers be fully charged. When their world light cluster floats up, let's give them a fierce wave of attack first. The rest of you, focus fire on those flies. I Ching, take out Feng Lin's order disintegration circle. That guy is being held back by something and can't come to help. Lord Feng? I got it. I Ching was stunned. After a moment, he hurriedly searched his body. After a while, he took out a black cube the size of a head. He found an energy tower and pressed it on top of the cube where the energy crystals should be. Then, pieces of energy formations that were tens of millions of miles long appeared in the void with this energy tower as the center. Just the energy that was gathered because of their appearance caused the void to tremble. Damn! I told you to get a piece of order disintegration circle. I didn't tell you to take out an entire array. This? But the cube that Lord Feng created only has an array inside it. This is the one with the least amount. I haven't taken out the rest yet. I'm planning to ambush them when they're not paying attention. Hui. So the saying that the front line of the void was filled with lunatics really wasn't just for show. Looking at the number of arrays in front of him, there were about 10 million arrays in this cube. According to I Ching, this was only the small number. Who knew how many more there were? He really didn't know what level of equipment these Order warriors who were sent out to carry out missions in the Order Void had prepared. The void in front of them was turbulent like never before. In addition to a huge amount of spatial power, there was also an even larger amount of annihilation energy and origin energy appearing one after another. The mixed energy was released indiscriminately, causing both sides on the battlefield to look serious. Those from the underworld had to be careful not to be distracted by the commotion caused by their own people and then be crushed by the enemy in front of them. Hui and the others had strange expressions because the commotion caused by this energy was actually quite small. They were already used to being beaten up by the observer's mixed energy of order when he went crazy and attacked his own people. Attack! Don't let them interfere with the spatial descent. A primeval god of the underworld waved his hand and shouted. He led tens of thousands of chaos spawns and constructs around him and a group of primeval gods of the underworld towards Hui and the others. Interfere! Hui was about to defend and counterattack when he heard this and was stunned for a moment. After a moment, he suddenly came to his senses. That's right. I Ching, hurry up and use order disintegration to tear down the void below. If they forcefully jump out in this kind of energy collision scene, they'll be hit by a huge amount of energy and easily be sent flying. Hey, if they didn't mention it, I would have forgotten. Everyone, I Ching. Well, actually, they had forgotten that people who had been fighting in the void frontline for too long were really a little stupid. They had forgotten some of the rarely used methods to fight the enemy. After all, without such a scene, there was no way to use this kind of fighting method. When the group of underworld people heard Huey's words, their faces immediately turned gloomy. Chapter 1830. The saying that trouble comes from the mouth was applicable to children as young as 3 years old and immortals who had lived for more than a dozen eras. No matter which world, the mouth was one of the most troublesome organs. If one did not have a mouth, one would replace it with a vocal organ. Just look at this group of primeval of the underworld before him. His voice had awakened their long-sealed memories, and they could not help but use the light of truth in the void to offer a meager gift as a token of respect. He hoped that they would also be filled with gratitude and accept this meager gift. Your family's meager gift is delivered with the disintegration of order. Listening to a certain guardian's nagging, Yun Nuashing could not help but roll her eyes and complain. This guy was a classic example of taking advantage of the situation and using the disintegration of order as a gift. This was a gift that only the primeval heavenly god or the chaos concept body would accept. I really can't help but want to sing a song, if not for the fact that there is no suitable song for this scene. We could not help but laugh as he spoke. The primeval of the underworld, who had been holding back their strength and ready to fight them to the death, were now all huddled in the distorted void. There was a vast stream of light that gathered the power of order in the world that was shining on that space like a light. They were desperately using all their strength to press down on all chaos constructs and manifestations to offset, deflect, and block that heavy light, and they actually managed to barely block it. The point of impact of the disintegration of order had been drowned by the light, and they could not see clearly what the people inside were doing. The only thing they could see was that the point of impact was like an explosion, with countless energy bursting in all directions. The portion of disintegration of order that was successfully deflected had cut out hundreds of gaps in the void, and when it accidentally touched the realm of order suddenly dimmed, giving I Ching and the others a shock. Are you going to reject it here? Hui rolled his eyes and raised his hand to slap the energy tower beside him. Increase the power. Destroy them as well as the distorted space behind them with all your might. With that order, I Ching and the others, who had long been hungry and thirsty, immediately mobilized all the energy in the energy towers and gathered all of it in the magic circle. A huge distorted scene instantly appeared in the void. The order disintegration magic circle was activated by a huge amount of energy, and the void behind it rippled like raindrops falling on the surface of a lake. Colorful magic circles appeared and multiplied the power of the magic circle. After a sharp explosion of energy, a light pillar condensed from endless colorful needles replaced the azure light. The impact that had skyrocketed by an unknown number of times broke through the defense of the underworld people. Wait a minute. Hui looked at the scene and was about to give the order to continue attacking with full force. Suddenly he was stunned. That round of disintegration of order drowned everything in front of the energy torrent. They thought that it would annihilate the distorted space behind them with their lives. But unfortunately, this energy impact that had been raised to the limit only splashed a large number of dark energy runes in the distorted space of the void. Countless dark clouds rose from it and offset the terrifying power of disintegration of order. Oh, the troublesome annihilation energy. Damn it. Hui stared at the dark energy runes and scratched his head in distress. It was the annihilation energy. Other than that, its energy level was definitely very high. It was so high that he could not do anything about it. If Maple's disintegration of order was also ineffective, they should not be able to destroy the distorted space in front of them before he rushed over to attack them himself. The distorted space just now had not released its energy yet. The defense was just activated when the power of disintegration of order was delayed. I Ching could not help but smack his lips. If I had known, I would have thrown all my power at it from the start. I just did not expect Lord Maple's disintegration of order to be offset. We are not at the front line of the void. Without billions of linked energy circles, the power would naturally be weaker. But there is no rush. Let the energy towers keep charging. You should have brought more than one circle core. Find a place for them to rest. Wait for them to come out before attacking. But Lord Hui, if we can't directly break that barrier of annihilation energy with all the power we have now, it's just the movement of the space as it rises in the void. When they come out, they would not be able to maintain this defense. Huey's cheeks suddenly twitched when he said that. Of course, if they have other defenses of the same level. Just pretend I didn't say anything. At those words, Yun Nuashing, I Ching and the others felt their souls freeze for a second. It's over. They had said it. It would take more effort later. Yun Nuashing pressed her palm against her face contorted. Hui, you forget it. Well, calm down a little. He was chatting with the annihilation energy now, so he had to calm down. Within the area of the distorted void, the annihilation energy and the origin energy were constantly stirring and boiling. Dark energy clouds were gushing out of the area before them like a fountain, with the origin energy stirring the clouds violently like a stick. When the two energies emerged, they were slapping each other's mouths. There was no sign of the calmness when Maple was holding them down. Even if the underworld had obtained those two energies, they could only use them very crudely, and they appeared to be quite disobedient. No one knew where the underworld got the guts to use the two restless energies together. Were they not afraid that they would explode and destroy their own home first? The conflict between the two energies caused a very violent movement in the void, as if there were hundreds of suns squeezed inside, not obeying any rules at all and acting recklessly. They were squeezed into a ball by the violent energies and stirred into a huge energy vortex. And at the very center of the vortex, the annihilation energy and the origin energy were beating each other wildly. As they fought, they tore open a void crack in the void, and a huge thing with a dark gray color was slowly poking out from it. Hui stared at the crack, his cheeks twitching. Do you dare to use void teleportation of this level? I Ching and the others shook their heads vigorously. No kidding. If they went in there, they would not be surprised even if they went into the chaotic void of the second Yuan world. They would not die, but they did not know where they would be thrown to. Speaking of which, if their attacks were thrown in, wouldn't it make the scene even more ridiculous? It would be like pouring a drop of water into a pot of hot oil or something like that. I don't care. Hit them hard. After a series of incessant energy flashes and explosions of energy halos, the thousands of energy formations that had been charging and waiting to be unleashed burst out with an energy shockwave that blanketed heaven and earth. It abruptly crossed the void distance that was not too far in the first place and bombarded the void rift in front of them. Something gray and unknown trembled violently at once, and the gray energy that erupted from the vortex stirred with that barrier. Still, before it could react, the concentrated power penetrated it and rushed into the back of the rift. Silhouettes of bursting energy could be vaguely seen from the rift, but there was no sense of the eruption that should have happened. Majestic origin energy gushed out from the void crack at this moment. The power of the same Yuansha realm suddenly burst out with the power of annihilation energy and origin energy, sweeping across the range of the energy towers that Hui and the others had set up. It carried a power that could distort the rules of the void and tried to stand still. However, before it could completely solidify, the crystals on top of a few particularly large energy towers suddenly flashed, and the Yuanshi realm domain that tried to distort the rules of the void was pressed into nothingness. You still want to open your domain? Hui smacked his lips. We've been here for half an hour and prepared a million ways to defend and attack. If you can get out alive today, I'll eat the chaos concept body raw. After the mighty Yuanshi realm energy failed to activate, it once again burst out from the crack, and the open crack expanded rapidly in an instant. In just 2 breaths, it had expanded by more than 10 times. The power hidden within poured out at once, covering the sky and covering the earth. It was so dense that it looked like AF** king polluted swarm of locusts. Huey's smacked face suddenly stiffened. These guys have prepared quite a lot. Although I'm used to it, but I Ching opened his mouth and made a retching gesture at the void beside him. They had just fought for a while, and now there was another group. It was a nauseating scene. Lord Hui, to be honest, I actually got sick of fighting on the front line and applied for a mission to come out for a stroll. Hui glanced at him. You think I'm not the same? I Ching was speechless. The 2 fishing freaks looked at each other, sighed, and quickly prepared for battle. The dark clouds that gushed out from the crack naturally carried groups of manifestations, constructs, and various forms, as well as Yuanshi realm life forms of order mixed within. They were very used to this scene at the front line of the void. The only difference was that the Yuanshi realm life forms of order before them were much more valuable than the fledglings that were commonly used at the front line. It should be quite troublesome to fight them. Right, the manifestations and constructs were also at least 10 billion. They were so densely packed that it made their scalps tingle. It was no wonder that I Ching almost vomited at one glance. There was no need for orders. Since the situation was similar to the front line of the void, they just had to deal with it according to the standards of the front line. However, the power of order here was not as exaggerated as the front line of the void. They also did not have enough manpower. They only had prepared spell arrays and energy tower arrays. They had to be careful to avoid falling into a ditch. Yun Nuashing looked at the void ahead from afar. He saw the crack in the void open. He saw Hui and the others charging at it once. Then he saw them charging head-on. The dazzling explosion of energy indicated the chaos and intensity of the battle. Aside from Hui and the others, some of the Order warriors in the void were also helping to control the energy towers to guard the realm of order. Their own strength alone was not enough to fight against the chaos manifestations, constructs, and Yuanshi. However, with the support of the realm of order and the energy towers, they felt that they could fight very well today. They felt that it would not be a problem even if they kept fighting. Yun Nuashing frowned slightly. He could not help muttering to himself, I keep feeling that something is not right. It was not that he felt that there was something wrong with the group of order beings. The energy towers and the realm of order were originally prepared for many people to coordinate in battle. Under extreme conditions, one person could control the entire array of energy towers. However, if one person corresponded to one energy tower, the power of the array could be maximized. That part was not a problem. What he felt was the problem was, the underworld, people who came out to fight. He kept feeling that something was not right. There was already a very large cloud of chaos squeezing out from the opened void rift. It was still the 3-in-1 chaos power. The aura of the abyssal death mist in this part of the chaos cloud was thicker. It should be the abyssal death mist that was in the dominant position. However, he could not explain how the power of the 2 chaos concept bodies ended up being dominated by the abyssal death mist. The huge chaos constructs were bigger in size than the void rift. Every time they rushed out, they would forcefully open up a big hole in the void rift. Therefore, there were many spherical holes at the edge of the void rift. Every time they rushed out, they would disperse a part of the power of the realm of order. When the number of people, energy towers, magic circles, and the realm of order were not complete enough, seeing that the enemy was throwing out more and more power, I Ching felt a little anxious. He almost smashed that big piece of mixture down. Fortunately, Hui was there to stop him. the whirlpool of annihilation energy and origin energy that was used to cause trouble there made the entire void rather unstable. If he smashed down with the equivalent amount, it would be difficult to guarantee that there would not be a flaw in their seal. Hui, back off, back off. Smash down with the equivalent amount for me. Quick. Yun Nuashing. Just you wait. Boom. Dazzling fireworks lit up this part of the void with the brightest light. It even engraved Yun Nuashing's blinded and stupefied expression in the void. He felt that he was about to be frozen together with this part of the void. The violent energy shockwave cleared out all the enemies that had rushed out of the void, and also increased the size of the void once again. It was about to touch the two ends of the void's domain of order. Their advantage of catching them off guard when they came out seemed to have come to an end. After a round of crazy firepower suppression and clearing out the void with the equivalent amount, the next wave of manifestations and constructs once again surged out of the void like a swarm of bees. Furthermore, Yun Nuashing had reason to believe that Hui and the others had accidentally torn the void even wider, which was why the underworld's troops were sent out so quickly. The counterattack of the chaos shockwave blasted out many energy distortions on the void's domain of order that had formed a sphere. The second flash of the collision between order and energy filled the entire domain of order. A large, twisted energy vortex appeared in the void around the void like a wave. After a moment of delay, the violent chaos shockwave that came from the void's domain of order brought along an extremely ferocious and heavy energy. Following that, even more chaos shockwaves fell down like raindrops. It was obvious that they were trying to break through the void's domain of order by force. Attack! Attack them fiercely for me. Don't worry about defense. I'll hold them off right here. I'm the strongest shield of order, unless they bring one over. Lord Feng, you, Lord Guanhui, asked him to hold back his words. The pressure is great. The pressure is great. The pressure is great. Hui was speechless. Yun Nuashing could not stand it anymore. She sighed and temporarily took over the command. I Ching, take over the array of energy towers on your right. The fluctuations of the domain of order there are too great. I know that you have brought a lot of things over, so there's no need to hide them now. Hurry up and throw them all out. See you, Blue Phoenix, you too guard the two ends. If you release all your power, you can cause chaotic energy phenomena from both ends. You can greatly obstruct and destroy the chaos manifestations. You can also intercept the powerful chaos shockwaves from the constructs in advance. Hui, you go to the 3 arrays on your left. There's a place there. They're using the cover of the origin energy to let the constructs bombard that place with powerful chaos shockwaves a few times. Oh, the next chaos shockwave is coming. Hold it off. The underworld seemed to have learned their lesson. The chaos constructs used to attack the city were all hidden within the cracks. They bombarded the entire domain of order through the cracks. Although the attacks were easily intercepted, the constructs hidden within would not be destroyed. After a few more attacks, they would be able to reach the domain of order. Furthermore, they had a way to conceal the powerful chaos shockwaves from the chaos constructs. Because the chaos constructs were stitched together, their auras were extremely chaotic. Their auras were also very unique, including the auras of their attacks. However, the energy explosions mixed with the origin and annihilation energy could conceal the traces of their mischief. It was also because of this that some powerful chaos shockwaves mixed with the mid-tier power of the primeval could be easily concealed. If the chaos shockwaves were to hit the domain of order head-on, it would be quite a burden for the domain of order. Holy Barrier. Huey's shield erected a huge holy barrier in the void and took over the defense of the domain of order. Then, a massive chaos shockwave that gathered at least 10 mid-tier primeval and more than 100 chaos constructs suddenly descended in front of them. The violent chaos energy crashed into the holy barrier and shook it. The destructive power of the origin energy and annihilation energy combined together, shattered the void. The entire barrier flickered as it was dyed with colorful and dark energy runes. Hui was shocked and could not help but scream, "Wah! This is crazy. This is a mixed. Feng, you tricked me. You tricked me. Ah, this is a mixed chaos shockwave. I'm not mentally prepared at." Yan Nuashing said, "No, I didn't expect it. I just saw them bombarding. All right, you can last for at least 2 minutes in my nature manifestation, star. A mere unstable mixed order impact won't kill you. It's just nice that you managed to block this powerful chaos impact." "That's pretty good," Hui said. "What the F asterisk CK?" Just as he opened his mouth, the chaos shockwave that accidentally leaked out spread to the domain of order behind him. Some of the energy towers that were holding up the defense were damaged by the shockwave and extinguished. Under the self-adjusting power of the domain of order, they quietly retreated to the back. When Hui saw this, he immediately suppressed the thought of spitting out fragrances from his mouth. He hurriedly pressed down on the holy barrier, and all sorts of order powers were pushed forward in tons. When the underworld's attention was focused on Hui's side, intending to launch a strong attack, I Ching and the others found the right time to activate the formation in the void. Hundreds of millions of formations appeared with majestic figures. The people on the underworld's side were slightly stunned when they saw this. They subconsciously retreated to the back, and all of them retreated to the side of the crack. They propped up an energy barrier to block the chaotic power of order. Yun Nuashing muttered again. Their retreat to the rift did not escape his eyes. It seemed that, ever since their military strength increased greatly, he did not see any chaos energy falling into the rift, even though the speed of the troops from the inside did not slow down at all. That's right, the chaos constructs did not come out either. The mixed energy level of those big things was comparable to the early Yuanshi state. Other than being big, they had thick skin and were good at fighting. Basically, 80% of the effective attacks on the domain of order came from the chaos constructs. Moreover, they could also hold up the domain of chaos. Based on his past experience of fighting in the void, the chaos construct should be charging at the front line and holding up the domain of chaos to escort a large group of manifestations forward to engage in close combat with the order warriors. When they reached the best attacking distance, they would use all their strength to bombard the domain of order. That was basically an energy shockwave that was difficult to block. They could only forcibly increase the defense of the domain of chaos to withstand it. Why were the chaos constructs all hiding at the back and shooting arrows when they came here? It was easy for them to react to the ultra-long distance shockwave across the void and intercept their attacks time and time again. Furthermore, they were also easily affected by the energy shockwaves that burst out halfway. Yun Nuashing looked down at the annihilation energy that was burning more and more vigorously on his body and frowned. The current battle was in a very stalemate, and they were lacking in manpower. Although the efforts of millions of order beings in the domain of order were commendable, it was not that easy for them to master the control of energy towers and magic circles. This was something new to them, and they were just getting the hang of it. Besides that, the number of energy towers and magic circles was just enough. The main thing was that there were no replacements. The big guys did not dare to go all out and fight as if their lives depended on it. Losing one energy tower at a time like this would be a loss. Without support from the rear, under such a clumsy way of fighting, the damage to the domain of order had already reached 30%. When the domain of order was damaged, theoretically speaking, he should rush forward and take control of the situation. However, he looked down at the annihilation energy on his body and felt troubled. The degree of the annihilation energy boiling made him feel quite close to it. In fact, based on the current situation under the influence of the rules, his control of the annihilation energy had already surpassed the origin energy. He felt a little uneasy, so he could only stand there as a bystander. "Little girl, do you remember when we first met Jingyan? Oh, the scene of us assisting them in battle." Yun Nuashing suddenly spoke up. Hearing that, the expression of the little angel changed slightly. You're saying that they were in the rift. Jingyun and the others were fighting against a group of black-cloaked chaos soldiers. For some reason, they knew about the origin, heavenly gods, something, the primordial realm rift. Yes, that was the name. When they were helping in the battle, a group of black-cloaked chaos soldiers were secretly rubbing the primordial realm rift, preparing to slip away. He felt that this might be the case again. After all, the underworld was famous for being slippery. If the chaos concept bodies knew that they were slippery, it would be equivalent to half of the void knowing. Tens of thousands of energy circles appeared in the void around him. However, this time the circles were not dyed with the colorful origin energy. Instead, they were formed by the dull annihilation energy. The annihilation energy won't have much effect on the chaos manifestation. Yun Nuashing murmured softly, overlapping the hundreds of thousands of circles. The circles that continued to appear continued to stack on top of each other until they were stacked into a thick circle cake. The circle that was connected into a line was aimed at the location of the Great Rift. Yun Nuashing's gaze followed the circle's line of sight. Girl, point to a location. The little angel shuddered when she heard that. She quickly hugged little Purple Soul and shook her head. No. You have to deal such an important blow yourself. I believe in you. The little angel opened her mouth and smiled bitterly. The 3-in-1 chaos energy had blocked her senses of the abyss death mist. However, if she had to find a trace, the little angel raised the position that the circle was aiming at and pointed at a location 50,000 miles above the Great Rift. She nodded slightly. Let's do it here. The hundreds of thousands of circles suddenly shattered and turned into a beam of dark energy that was so dense that it could dim thousands of worlds of order. It was like a tearing force that descended from the void and penetrated the entire void. The thick beam of dark energy made both sides widen their eyes. I Ching looked at the void that was penetrated by the chaos energy and suddenly shouted, "Lord Hui, the Great Rift has been torn apart. I have sensed a large-scale spatial and void fluctuation. They are planning to run away." Hui's eyes widened in astonishment. I was wondering why these guys were all hiding inside. Damn you, Underworld. I thought you were desperate and wanted to fight a head-on battle. I didn't expect you to want to run away directly. Chapter 1831. Yun Nuashing and Hui had been mentally prepared when the chaos concept body had said that the creatures in the underworld were all loaches. They had expected that they might be difficult to deal with, that they might be slippery, and that they would take advantage of the moment when they were not paying attention to them to slip away, or that they would run away halfway through the fight, or that they would fight fiercely until they tore down everyone's house in the end and let them escape. They had imagined all of the above scenarios, but they never thought that they had planned to run away from the beginning. Yun Nuashing was now very suspicious that the enemies that Jing Yun and the others had been fighting for more than a dozen eras, the black-cloaked chaos soldiers, had learned the slipperiness of the underworld from the beginning. They were ready to run away on the day the Temple of Origin was repaired. This was a living example of the underworld. Hui was very curious. How did this group of slippery fence-sitters, cowards, and whatnot survive the last war at the end of the mythological era? Well, maybe they had indeed maxed out their cowardice and slippery talents, so they managed to survive the war and the void turbulence. Indeed, any skill that was maxed out was very powerful. For example, the slipperiness of the underworld, the cowardice of the underworld, the fence-sitters of the underworld, Maple's void-level explosion. It seemed that some other strange things had mixed in. Going back to the original topic, they removed the door planks and saw that they were accumulating energy and preparing to escape. Hui was slightly stunned. Maple's chaotic impact had poked a big hole in the void, and annihilation energy was eroding the space covered in the void along the hole. The void looked like it was constantly being burned by a layer of gray flames and was constantly being torn apart to reveal the scene behind. As they expected, What was covered under the curtain of the void was a group of world-light clusters. The world barrier of each world was engraved with energy runes with a huge breath of origin, resonating in the void and guiding a huge amount of energy to gather. The crack of the primordial realm looks like they're much slower this time. Yun Nuashing could not help but narrow his eyes as he looked at the scene of the void curtain being torn open bit by bit. The connection between the netherworld and the concept bodies of chaos. Well, rather than saying which side was the dominant one, he felt that both sides had reached some sort of consensus. From the tone and words of the chaos demonic shadow from the cloud continent, it seemed that the netherworld was nothing more than trash in its eyes. It directly ruled out the possibility that the concept bodies of chaos were related to the netherworld. Then, the netherworld must have reached some kind of agreement with one or two of the chaos concept bodies. The primordial realm crack that the black-cloaked soldiers had mastered was an escape technique created by the heavenly god of origin. Perhaps they had learned it from the netherworld. Therefore, the scene of the abyssal death mist and the two chaos energies working together could be used as proof of the connection between the three sides. Therefore, both sides learned from each other. One side had created an inferior version of the abyssal death mist, while the other side might have obtained some information about the heavenly god of origin. Some fatal information. The black-cloaked soldiers of chaos clearly had higher intelligence than the usual chaos derivatives. They were more like disposable chaos life forms that were manufactured at a low cost. Perhaps because of this, their numbers were obviously much smaller than the other chaos derivatives. They were more like some high-level units. This was what he deduced from the scene where the death of some of them would cause the fall of the heavenly god. Therefore, the black-cloaked soldiers with high intelligence and high-level units per person, and the concept bodies of chaos, as the main body, should be more prominent in this aspect. Could it be? Well, it was more like a person that leaned toward the military advisor type. Speaking of which, did the concept bodies of chaos have any tactics or military advisors? Could their tactics be anything other than recklessly charging through the void of order? Well, perhaps he was a little biased. After all, the chaos derivatives he had seen so far did not have any other means of attack other than constantly colliding with order. Perhaps they did not have any other means to deal with them who had lost their origin. However, it did not mean that they did not have any other means. Otherwise, how could they have wiped out the heavenly god of origin who represented order back then? The void curtain that had been melted by the chaos energy had been completely burned. It looked like a black curtain had been lifted on the surface of the void. The void below was still pitch black. There was no change, but there were many more things. For example, there were so many chaos derivatives hidden behind the curtain that he did not know how to count them, and the 15 world-light clusters behind the layers of chaos derivatives. He had found the energy resonance point he had sensed in the middle and lower planes. They had come here as expected. Can the primordial realm crack escape from here? Then why didn't they come out in the first place? Yun Nuashing muttered to herself and shook her head. It was not that they did not want to run, but that they had something to do here. The traces left behind in the middle and lower planes were enough to prove that. As for what they were looking for, they only knew that it was related to the heavenly god of origin, but they did not know the specifics. Hoo, Maple. That bunch of bastards really don't play by the rules. I thought they were desperate, but I didn't expect them to be in such a hurry to escape. As the covers of the underworld that had been hiding were lifted, their little tricks under the covers were also exposed. A slender white belt of clouds lay behind the chaos derivatives barrier. It was about the width of 10 world-light clusters stacked together. Its size did not change because of the distance between them. It was like a sticker stuck to the eye, but if one approached it, their senses could tell that they were really approaching it. The belt of clouds was obviously not fully formed, but it was mixed with a huge amount of void energy and space energy. The annihilation energy and the origin energy were tangled at the edge of the belt of clouds, forming pieces of fragmented anomalies. The cloud itself was like a heart that would slowly dim, contract, brighten, and expand according to a frequency. Every time it contracted and expanded, its chaotic state would be stabilized, and its size would also expand slightly. In the center, where it was still blurry, there would be black spots that looked like void cracks. There's no hurry, just destroy it. The primordial realm's crack is obviously quite different from the one I saw the first time. They're not ready yet. If the door hasn't opened yet, we have a way to stop them here. Anyway, let's destroy their defense first. Oh, you do it? You do it. Hearing this, Hui turned around and stuck out his tongue at the void. He knew that Maple might be in a bad situation right now. Seeing how he had just raised his hand and shot out a dense primal chaos shock, he knew that he was now drinking tea and chatting with the annihilation energy. There was no way he could casually attack, so they could only fight on their own. The underworld, who had their covers lifted, immediately sped up the energy, surging into the primordial realm crack. What rushed out from the 15 world light clusters was a large group of chaos derivatives that fearlessly charged into the realm of order. The chaos constructs that had been hiding behind the crack and shooting arrows were now doing what they were familiar with. They held up their chaos domain and protected hundreds of millions of chaos derivatives as they charged towards Hui and the others. Blasting with chaos energy cannons as they charged, these guys are different from what we know. Why didn't I know that they could charge and use chaos blasts at the same time? Hui looked at the tens of millions of chaos constructs moving in the void while bombarding the realm of order. He was dumbfounded. While he was in a daze, he did not forget to control the energy that permeated the realm of order to intercept the powerful chaos attacks one by one. Although it was strange, as long as the distance was far enough, their attacks would be intercepted. However, after they were completely exposed, it seemed that they were really desperate. The constructs that were hiding in the crack a moment ago were now charging forward as if they were free cannon fodder. Moreover, there were too many of them. They had even dragged out the garrison troops. After the crack opened, the number of all the chaos constructs had skyrocketed by thousands of times. The 15 world light clusters were still desperately increasing their numbers, and they were about to drown the void that was trapped in the realm of order. Although they had seen an attack that was 1,000,000 times more exaggerated than this at the void frontline, that was a mixture of beginner, intermediate, and advanced yuanshi, leading hundreds of millions of chaos constructs and tens of millions of chaos derivatives to launch an endless assault on the frontline. The energy towers that they used to guard the realm of order were being depleted by a few thousand every minute. Everyone was using all their strength to explode. Stop! This was not the void frontline. They did not have enough manpower and backup. Maple was still hanging at the side and not being able to manage anything. Rumble! A dull rumble came from the void, causing Yin Nuashing, who was watching from the sidelines, to look over. In the centermost world light cluster, a red and black shadow suddenly crawled out from the world barrier. It was a 3-in-1 chaos energy, with scarlet stripes that were unique to the abyssal death fog all over its body. It was using energy patterns inscribed by chaos. Those were chaos words. The reddish-black shadow rolled violently in the void, instantly plundering the boundless energy in the surrounding void. Its size also rapidly expanded under the gaze of countless pairs of eyes. In just 3 short seconds, it had condensed into an energy body the size of a huge star. It was an enormous reddish-black sun, with the chaos runes inscribed in its center emitting a surge of annihilation energy amidst the immeasurable heavy energy. A chaos energy amalgamation. Those guys really don't play by the rules. Huey's face darkened when he saw the giant. That was something unique to the chaos spawn. Probably the chaos spawn was a secondary product of the underworld's own spawn. As for the sun, they had seen it once in the cloud continent. Its body was made of chaos energy. Just the huge volume of chaos energy alone was enough to make life forms of order suffocate. The chaos runes embedded in it made its energy surge so much that it could spread to any corner of the battlefield. Bright and shining sun, your light, Cough, cough, Maple. Can you think of a way to give it a try? This huge block's pressure is too strong. It's a mid-tier primeval chaos energy amalgamation. It's not fun to let this thing hit the order domain twice. Destructive energy doesn't have much effect on chaos energy amalgamations. Yun Nuashing calmly replied. We're still drinking tea. Don't rush us. Hui said. You guys have been drinking tea for so long. Counting the tea time, it should be noon now, right? It's not a big problem if we drink it together. Maybe we can solve the problem at night as well. Hui was speechless. All right, a certain observer announced that they could only slack off and watch the show. It seemed that they had to think of a solution themselves. However, you guys aren't the only ones who don't play by the rules. We're prepared for this too. Hui shouted. A twisting vortex with a diameter of less than 2 meters appeared in the void beside him. There was the sound of order vibrating in the vortex. Golden chains of order stretched out from the vortex and swept in all directions in the void region in front of them. Halfway through, they turned into long needles that looked like flowing light and easily pierced through the void. Then, as if they had gone through a void jump, they swept out from a certain place in the void region again. Everyone could only see the streaks of golden flowing light shuttling back and forth in the void region like the shadow of an arrow. In just a few seconds, the entire void region was turned into a cave of coiling silk. This is my domain. A complicated golden array appeared between Hui Su's hands. He raised this array with his right hand and slapped it into the void. The entire cave of coiling silk. Bah! The entire void region was intertwined with golden flowing light and released energy, runes into the void. After a flash of golden light, the void region was enveloped by a layer of golden barrier. The huge spherical crystal barrier was made up of countless tiny triangles. They could be seen faintly fluctuating along with the flow of energy in the void. However, it didn't have much effect on the overall spherical shape. In the void that it enveloped, streaks of golden flowing light suddenly appeared like shooting stars and quickly disappeared. They were causing the power of order to spread rapidly in the domain. Upon closer inspection, it was located inside the sealed area of the order domain. It completely overlapped with the order domain and blocked all the chaos attacks inside the domain for the order domain. Huey's primitive domain? Yun Nuashing's eyes trembled. The primitive domain was a physical scene that was forcefully projected by twisting the void and distorting the rules within a range. It was a scene and not just a simple energy domain. In other words, the scene that Hui projected by twisting the void and distorting the rules was this spherical barrier, along with the dense, golden flowing light within the barrier. He didn't know much about the power of the Premier Realm. He only knew that it was the core power of the Premier Realm. However, it couldn't be used under normal circumstances, especially when there was a huge, boundless battlefield. There were 2 reasons: the preparation time and the situation of being disturbed. If you added the applicability, there were 3 reasons. The preparation time needed to be explained. The wider the scope of the effect, the more targets there were. In other words, when the primitive domain affected a lot of targets, it needed a period of time to prepare. However, there was also a limit. If Huey's primitive domain could only squeeze in 100 million people in its normal form, then he could open a cover that could trap 100 million people without any preparation. However, if there were 1 billion people in front of him, he would need a period of time to prepare. But that was just a period of time, just like his rules, order, energy form. No, the primitive domain didn't need such a long time to prepare. If it really needed such a long time to prepare, the core power of the primitive realm would be a joke. His form needed a long time to prepare. He basically didn't have time to use it when he was fighting in the void front line. He was fighting with the enemy with a brick and turned into the Morning Star to attract 70% to 80% of the enemy's firepower. He also had to monitor the movements of the high-level primeval. Where would he find the time to retreat to prepare? I went off topic. The preparation time wasn't actually the most important factor. The other two factors were. As for the interference situation, it was just like how some primeval realm expert in the underworld tried to open up the primeval realm earlier. The primeval realm expert was affected and interfered with by the power of order and rules released by the energy tower, making it impossible for them to open it. If they wanted to use the primeval realm, they would have to first destroy the energy tower. If they wanted to destroy the energy tower, they would have to destroy the primeval realm first. In conclusion, if they won, they would be able to use the primeval realm. Well, at least they could open up the primeval domain to celebrate, right? Of course, if the other party was strong enough, they could ignore the suppression and open up the domain directly. Interference was the biggest problem. Before the primeval realm was held up, the situation of first restraining and second interrupting was the main reason for the impact. The primeval realm was also a realm centered around the person. If the primeval realm was held up at the back, it would be easy to be detected and killed before the realm affected the enemy. If the primeval realm was used on one's own side, it would be as if nothing happened. That was why there were many primeval gods in the front line of the void, but very few used the primeval realm. There were too many parties involved in the battle, and the moment the primeval realm was held up, it was basically a tacit agreement that they would be attacked by all the energy in the area in the next second. That was the energy impact in the trillions, which was the number of times they had to withstand it per second. Those attacks were not weak at all, and when they were all focused on themselves, we felt his scalp tingle. Even the most powerful shield in the world of order did not dare to hold up the divine barrier to receive all the chaos impact of the entire defensive node, let alone others. That kind of crazy battle would not work. But what about the scale in front of him? Of course it would work. As long as the opportunity was seized, whoever could open up the primeval realm would have the upper hand. I Ching and the others did not use it because there were too many people on the other side. There was also the last question of applicability. The strength of the primeval realm was determined by the user, and it would also have a range of effect and tendency. It was useless to a group, domineering to a small area, domineering to an individual, and so on, other than the fact that the realm is where the body's power touches, and the similarity of the power of order, the power and characteristics of each realm were not the same. Generally speaking, it was to strengthen the combat power of one's own side and weaken the power of the opponent. Putting those reasons aside, the primeval realm itself was quite powerful. That was, they had to find the conditions to put it to use. Otherwise, there was nothing to talk about. This was the first time he had seen Hui's primeval realm. The characteristics of the primeval realm were condensed according to one's own characteristics. Simply put, Hui was a shield bearer. His primeval realm should also be related to defense. Oh, or it should be related to the shield. Yun Nuashing looked at the gold-gilded spherical barrier with interest. Hui was a realm that had spread out on the spot, encompassing the entire battlefield, including all the energy in the field. Order energy, chaos energy, and all the energy attacks. They would attack freely on the battlefield according to the intention of the attacker, bringing destruction and destruction. They would either defeat the enemy or be annihilated together with the enemy's energy. However, there was a part of the energy that they did not touch and went straight to the boundary of the primeval realm. If it was chaos energy, it would cause damage to the primeval realm. The power of order would circle around the primeval realm and be reclaimed by the energy tower, turning into an attack on the head of the chaos spawn again. He saw the function of the realm clearly. All the energy that should have fallen into the realm of order was reflected like light hitting a mirror after coming into contact with the crystal barrier. Moreover, it was reflected randomly without any direction. The energy impact that was reflected would be further strengthened in the process of being reflected. The chaos impact that was originally falling into the realm of order had now turned into energy that hit the realm of order. Moreover, because it came into contact with Hui's realm of origin, it was contaminated with a part of the power of order. These attacks would also cause considerable damage to the realm of order. Thus, any attack that came into contact with the domain was instantly reflected back, destroying 2 to 3 tenths of the spawns. The primeval life forms that were trapped within were also caught off guard by the sudden attack from all directions, with a few unlucky ones being set off fireworks by the energy towers. All right, this thing of reflecting damage was indeed very suitable for the identity of a shield. However, what is the upper limit of your reflected attack? This. Hui scratched his head and used his gaze to look at the chaos aggregates that were charging towards the realm of order after coming out of the world of light. Oh, now they had changed direction and were charging straight towards him. If that big guy hits my face, I will be extinguished in 2 hours. Oh, that's the extent of using Origin of Chaos at full force. Oh, that's not right. In such a small enclosed space, when Origin of Chaos explodes, all the energy from the impact will double the destructive power every time it is reflected. If that's the case, the power will be multiplied by more than 10,000 times in 1 second. I estimate that it will collapse in less than 3 seconds. F***CK. Don't use my realm to measure your attack, you bastard. If I stuff you into this realm of mine, in less than 2 seconds, everyone in the realm will go crazy. Hui was so anxious that he stomped his feet, using an enclosed area to reflect attacks against Maple's indiscriminate, destructive attack was simply asking for death. Yun Nuashing shrugged. It's just an estimation, but this is a good idea. If we meet a high-level premier who rushes out one day, you can push both of us in together. I will use Origin of Chaos 3 times consecutively. It should be able to blast him to death and disintegrate the order. How about that? The indiscriminate disintegration of order can also multiply the effectiveness. That should be good. Hui was speechless. There was an increase in the number of strange combination skills. After Hui's premier realm took over the defensive function of the realm of order, the attack power of the realm was fully increased in the next second. Within Hui's realm, all kinds of energy could be seen rampaging and bouncing back and forth. I Ching, who was mixed in the midst of it, was extremely happy. He had just been knocked into nothingness by his own power. Before he could climb out, he was hit by a continuous wave of energy. It took him a long time to swim back. When he finally climbed back into the nothingness, he was met with a strong wave of chaos that pushed him back again. I Ching's face darkened. By the way, the effect of your realm hitting your teammates seems to be more ridiculous than mine. Yun Nuashing could not help but say as she watched the poor I Ching being hit around like a rubber ball by the rebounding energy of the realm. No, I beg to differ. Your realm is targeted at the entire army and region. Mine. Hui smiled bitterly. This is all random. I tried my best to make all the rebounding energy go in the opposite direction, but there are too many chaotic energy waves. There will always be 1 or 2 attacks that will After all, the rebounding energy waves and chaos attacks would inevitably hit their own people. I Ching and the others were tormented by Hui's realm for a while and finally learned to be smart. They hurriedly retreated from the place where they were fighting with bayonets. They stood within the realm of order and used millions of energy towers and magic arrays to bombard the interior of the realm. The only ones who were affected were the underworld people and the manifestations in the realm. They felt much better. Because of Hui's premier realm, they had returned to the point where they had the upper hand. It was just that Yun Nuashing raised her eyes and looked into the depths. The 15 world light clusters that were protected by layers of layers, as well as the primordial realm crack in the void, had not suffered any damage. Chapter 1832. Boom. The violent impact of chaos in the void was enough to completely dim the light of order. A heavy sound that sounded like the void was echoing back and forth across the entire primeval domain. A beam of energy that was the size of a star intersected with gray and crimson crashed heavily onto the golden crystal wall. The energy that kept spreading from the point of impact seemed to spread into a vast sea of gray energy. The light that exploded was tainted with the power of order, turning into billions of energy beams that rampaged across the domain, piercing through every chaos spawn that was unlucky enough to be brushed against. Rounding it up, it was almost like hitting oneself. The extremely powerful chaos energy bombarded Huey's primeval domain for half an hour before it slowly stopped. The light beam that was the size of a star also stopped. The Chaos Collective let out a buzzing sound as it slowly shrunk under the energy that was visible to the naked eye. It turned from a huge sun that emitted endless gray light into a gray stone ball. All the chaos energy that surged within it seemed to have solidified and cooled at this moment. When the Chaos Collective stopped firing, the countless spawns and constructs that stood around it, like guards, pounced forward, like a swarm of bees. The relentless chaos energy bombarded Huey's primeval domain again and again. The reflected light of energy and the energy fireworks caused by the heavy impact once again filled the entire domain. Asterisk boom. Asterisk after a series of strengthening. The order energy that gathered from countless directions slammed into the stone ball. The primeval power of order only steadily pressed against the surface of the stone ball. There was no movement that should be caused when the chaos energy collided. Even the fireworks could not be set off. The stubborn stone ball seemed to be mocking them, as if it was saying, "No matter how much power you use, it's useless. This damn thing is shameless, shameless, shameless." Huey's face was green as he sent the manifestations and structures that were really sticking close to his face flying away. He glared fiercely at the lump of stone. Damn it, firing a cannon every 10 minutes for half an hour. During the time when the fire was resting, none of the attacks were effective. This is blatantly cheating. Cheating. I told you to aim at its core and destroy it while it was unleashing its power, but you just had to wait for it to stop. Yun Nuashing rubbed his face speechlessly as he stared at the chaotic amalgamation that was surrounded by 1,000 layers of defense. It should be in a cooling down state at this moment, condensing all the chaotic energy into the thickest state for defense. The interior was rapidly gathering energy to prepare for the next attack. With this level of defense, it would be difficult to break through it even with 10 shots of order disintegration. He had to use a stronger attack. In the void frontline, he could find a few arrays stacked together and send it flying in one blow. It would not even take a minute. If it was here, well, he should be the one to fight. Hui and the others did not have such a strong attack, and there was no mid-level Yuansher who was the main attacker. Therefore, he could only take advantage of its weak period when it was digging out its heart to take its life and bury it when it erupted with surging power. Easy for you to say. Hui smiled bitterly. I can't even see a ghost with such a big light rubbing against my face. How do you expect me to withstand its attack and destroy its core? Little Green and the others tried, but the damage was obviously not enough. Its body is too big, and even with the surging energy, it is difficult to directly destroy its defense. My beloved Lord Observer, are you done with your tea and watching the show? Yun Nuashing rolled his eyes at him, waved the annihilation energy in his hand that was already excited and joyful to the extreme, and said with a difficult expression, "No, they have eaten more. I reckon they will go shopping, gather, and continue to cause trouble later." Their primordial realm rift is still charging rapidly. Aren't you afraid that they will really escape? Hui said, I can't. The annihilation energy is too active. I'm worried that I will really be summoned over there. How about this? Let's make a choice. The first choice is that there is a 40% chance that we will let this bunch of bastards go. They may return to the underworld base camp and may bring part of the power of the mythological era to replenish themselves. The second choice is that I volunteer to join the chaotic void. Don't. I'll let them go, okay? Don't go over just because you are summoned. Then we can only raise both hands and surrender directly. Hui smiled bitterly and shook his head vigorously. Maple, who had not ascended to the primeval realm, might not be able to kill his way through the chaotic void. However, once he stood on the side of the chaotic void, there was a 100% chance that he could pierce through the orderly void. Moreover, he could pierce it back and forth and poke it into a sieve. I'm kidding. It's mainly because it is in my way. If I don't let them calm down and use the origin energy, it won't be fun. Yun Nuashing shrugged and sighed. Hold on a little longer. I'm thinking of a way here, repeatedly jumping around the edge of the bottom line to test it. We are about to run out of breath here. Just in the time it took for them to speak, his domain had been viciously beaten up countless times. The feedback movements in his soul gave him a headache. The veins on his forehead were popping out. That group of impudent manifestations really relied on their moving fortress to stand in front of him and wait for an opportunity to rub his face here and there. Chaotic marks were already being crushed. Unfortunately, due to the various excessively large amounts of chaotic energy pressing on his face and interfering with his domain, he could only stupidly raise his shield and was unable to retaliate. He could only leave the task of retaliating to I Ching and the others. However, they were not primeval realm cultivators like Maple who attacked with all their might. Their development was more balanced, and they did not have a mid-level primeval. They would not be able to take down that moving fortress in a short period of time. Right now, it's just sullen, very sullen. Hui raised his shield and took a beating until his face turned green. He originally thought that, by holding up the primeval domain, he would be able to pull the upper hand back to their side, and indeed he had the upper hand. Until that big fellow rushed to his face and restrained him, he had the upper hand. However, he could not do anything to it. Now, as they fought, they were in a stalemate again. That's why he was a shield bearer. It was said that the best way to fight against chaos in the void was to max out his attack and not put up any defense. Now he was in an awkward situation. He could only take a beating, but could not kill his opponent. This was really like stacking the thickest armor to take the most vicious beating. They could not kill him, and he could not do anything to them. Was there any meaning in being in a stalemate like this? Indeed, there's no meaning in this. Yun Nuashing listened to Huey's complaints and could not help but sigh. Once again, he looked at the state of his body. He felt that his body had probably adapted to the annihilation energy in the frenzied state. Now, there should be probably no more problems. Should I continue to observe? Just as he was about to take the risk, the huge lump of stone gradually changed from its calm state. The solidified annihilation energy inside was boiling. The dark energy, was like a sleeping beast that was quickly awakening. It burst out with an endless amount of annihilation energy and turned into a berserk state the moment it was unleashed. The nearby void began to become agitated. The berserk attribute fell into the rapidly activated lump of stone, and its size expanded instantly. The vibration in the void was accompanied by a huge amount of annihilation energy that crashed into Huey's domain. The golden crystal wall instantly became a few hundred times brighter, and it looked like tens of thousands of suns had exploded. Huey's face was full of tears when he saw his primeval domain suddenly shining brightly. I'm blind. The surging chaotic impact once again hammered heavily on his primeval domain, causing his soul to tremble. The reason why it was called hammered was because he really felt as if an entire sun had hit his face. The impact of being hit by a huge object made him feel as if his soul was about to split open. Maple, you're such a lousy guy. Existence analysis, distortion, disintegration. Hui shouted at the top of his voice in the soul transmission. Then he heard a whisper. The extent of his trembling was even more exaggerated than when he was hit by the chaotic impact head-on. It looked like he was trembling and was about to run away subconsciously. Disappear. Sink into the void with the wind of the void. He confirmed that it was Maple who was whispering. He also sensed the surging origin energy and annihilation energy from the soul seed. The two energies burst out with an unprecedented frenzied aura. He was so scared that his tongue was sticking out. He quickly turned his head to the side and shouted at I Ching and the others. Take everyone and retreat! Retreat! Your Lord Observer is about to take over the battlefield. I Ching and the others' hands trembled violently. Their faces turned pale. They instantly yelled and carried the energy towers to the side. They were not afraid of the chaos, but they were worried about being swept into the indiscriminate attack of their Lord Observer that flooded the void. That was definitely a thrill that was worse than death. Very tacitly, in fact, it was a conditioned reflex that was trained after being beaten by their own people. Guido quickly moved to the side, but before he could move a few steps, there was suddenly a burst of energy that could only be described as terrifying in the void. A beam of energy that was a mixture of colorful and gray suddenly crashed into Guido's domain with an absolutely infinite speed and penetrated the behemoth in no time. The chaos text that was hidden under the thick layer of annihilation energy was penetrated by both the origin and annihilation energies. The energy amalgamation trembled abruptly before everyone's eyes. Colorful energy, spots, appeared everywhere. The entire thing shrunk abruptly, and then it suddenly expanded violently. Its volume expanded to 7 to 8 times its original size in an instant. Its surface was already densely covered with colorful light spots. It was as if something inside it was breaking out of its shackles. The gigantic chaos text was also rapidly melting under the collision of the energies. When the last trace of the text disappeared, the expected explosion of energy that was enough to annihilate countless worlds of order abruptly exploded. Hui was the closest to witness the energy explosion. Anyway, he had been illuminated by the gray and colorful light into a gray statue, and his face was frozen with an unusually horrified and funny expression. He was so scared that his tongue was hanging by the side. The light of the energy explosion that could bury the void region into history had blinded everyone's eyes. Hui was stunned for a moment. Before he could close his eyes, he was petrified. In the destructive energy nova, he also saw a destructive energy that seemed to fall into a black hole. It was a mixture of the origin energy and annihilation energy. The energy of the explosion swept violently towards the tightly blocked 15 world light clusters on the opposite side of the domain. That was Maple's Wanxiang, stars. Maple took advantage of the time when everyone could not react and threw the energy of the entire void at them. That was to beat them to death. If it were not for the fact that the energy nova that was exploding inside was really too intense, he would have considered plundering everyone and taking the opportunity to charge in and coordinate with them. Taking advantage of the situation, the energy of the entire void suddenly exploded, just as it was about to reach the 15 world light clusters. It turned into a sky full of energy beams that scattered across the void. It spread out evenly and rushed forward. It was a very uniform energy attack on the entire battlefield. However, it was unknown whether Maple had overestimated his own power, or because the energy explosion inside was too violent and he could not use more power before it calmed down. The rain of energy descended densely in front of the chaos barrier. Half of the energy was used to destroy it, while the other half was blocked by the bodies of the manifestations and constructs that did not care for their lives. Not a single attack could pass through that area. The energy nova that had already passed its explosive period obviously could not be swept away in one go. That's not right. Maple's Wanxiang, stars can't be so weak. That looks like a normal attack. Hui suddenly came to his senses when he was charging all the energy towers. He looked in front of him in confusion. The light of the vast energy explosion had yet to fade. The void region that was mixed with origin energy and annihilation energy had been completely crushed into nothingness by these two types of energy. It could not be repaired in a short period of time. Even if he could sense the movement of all the energy in his primeval domain, the overly chaotic scene at the moment made him, the domain controller, unable to figure out what was going on inside. Just as he was trying his best to get the situation back under control, he stood up with a bang and suddenly shouted at I Ching and the others. I Ching! Overload all the energy towers and charge them. Release all the energy in one go. Aim at those world light clusters. Blast them down. But Lord Hui, the residual energy of the energy nova explosion is evenly scattered in the void. If we attack at full power now, we will be weakened by at least 40%. The loss is not worth it. Hui naturally knew I Ching's concerns, but his response was still firm. Attack! Mother ** curs. Listen to me. Yes, Lord. Blinding energy radiance burst out from the energy towers that were surrounded by tens of millions of energy towers. Whether it was the energy crystals on top of the towers or the energy towers themselves, they had all turned into a huge source of energy. Even if their capacity was overloaded, they were still devouring the energy as if their lives depended on it. Even their own bodies were bursting with streaks of tearing rule power, showing everyone their dangerous side. All the energy that exceeded the limit was gathered on the energy crystal. The crystal was condensing the energy 10 times faster than normal. It was devouring and compressing the energy plundered from the void and the realm of order. It lasted for 10 whole seconds. After that, the energy was suddenly shot out from countless directions. It was as if the energy was focused on a single target. All the manifestations and structures quickly reacted to the concentrated fire from the order power. Layers of chaos barriers spread out densely, but were instantly dispersed by the energy from countless directions. The manifestations that were like the sands of the Ganges reacted exactly the same way, using their bodies to block the torrents of energy. Their bodies were made of chaos energy, and they were the best meat shields to block the order power. Hui completely ignored the concentrated fire attack this time. He just stared at the depths of the domain with his eyes wide open. At the place where he could not stop the energy from gathering, at the crack of the primordial realm, there was a tiny, colorful energy cluster that was only the size of a fist. In the scene where the entire void was exploding with energy fireworks, no one noticed that there was an additional energy cluster beside the crack of the primordial realm. When the void exploded with the most magnificent fireworks, the sneaky energy cluster suddenly began to change. It expanded into a ball the size of a wash basin in a second, but did not explode with more energy. A mysterious pattern appeared in the center of it. It was a word, the original divine language. Hui, who had started to help attack before he understood what was going on, saw the word at this time and instantly understood. The tens of millions of energy towers only took 5 seconds to gather an even more powerful energy attack. The blinding energy light once again illuminated the entire void. The 15 world light clusters immediately emitted anxious and irritable energy, as if some big shot was about to jump out to stop the concentrated fire of energy again. Continue to attack. Don't stop. Continue to overload. Blow them up. Beat them. Beat them to death for me. I Ching and the others all shouted out in shock. They flew up and replaced the cracked energy crystals with their feet. They pressed the origin energy crystals that were at the bottom of the box onto the energy towers. The energy towers that were already emitting a faint chaotic movement of the rules were suppressed by this unreasonable origin energy. The energy torrent that was once again overloaded and exploded caught up with the previous attack in less than a second. The vast scene of the energy, rain gathering in the sky, made the already unstable void tremble. The 2 majestic energy impacts tore apart the layers of defense of the manifestation in the blink of an eye. A hole appeared in the impeccable defense, and then the 15 world light clusters came in handy. However, just as the galaxy rain was about to hit the world light clusters, a large mass of energy of order suddenly appeared in the void. Dozens of shadows suddenly flashed out from it, all of them bursting with the energy of the primeval realm. Under the joint effort of the shadows to form an energy barrier, they blocked the tens of millions of energy impacts. After blocking all the energy attacks, the hastily formed energy barrier collapsed in an instant. Boom! Dazzling sparks flashed all over the void. This was the movement of the tens of millions of energy towers gathering their power and exploding once again. Those arrays that had not been activated for a while were also gathering energy at this moment. They emitted abnormally huge energy waves and together with the energy tower arrays, tens of thousands of arrays were activated simultaneously. Seeing that the people opposite them did not have the slightest intention of stopping because of their appearance, the faces of the people from the underworld turned green and white. They did not have time to say anything and could only join forces again to hold up the energy barrier. All things in the void, chaos, falling stars. A voice that seemed to be accompanied by a light tremor of energy suddenly reverberated in the void, startling all of them. The tens of millions of energy torrents should have hit their energy barrier directly, but at this moment, at the moment when the voice sounded, the direction of the attack was pointed at the cloud belt. This is bad. Stop their attack. You don't have the time for that. Hui shouted, and an energy crystal suddenly appeared in his palm, and a strange energy aura spread out. He glanced at it, and with a toothache he crushed it, and the entire Yuanshe domain trembled. When the people from the underworld noticed the target of the energy attack and instantly took action, suddenly an unprecedentedly powerful energy came from nowhere and hit their barrier from all directions. The violent energy destruction almost tore the energy barrier that dozens of people had put up in one go and restrained their movements. When they came back to their senses, they were shocked to find that the attack came from all the energy that had not dissipated in time in the domain. The controller of the domain, he had collapsed his own domain together with all the energy in the domain and smashed it on their heads. This madman. These people are all madmen. Madman. Someone shouted, and Hui was delighted when he heard it. He even leisurely walked in front of them. At a distance of hundreds of thousands of miles away. This distance was like a close combat attack to them. It was almost the same as nothing. He could raise his hand and smash a brick on the opponent's face. Thank you for the compliment. I finally forced you out, Ratsa. Boom, boom. The pale faces of the people from the underworld in front of him were clearly illuminated by the light of the powerful energy that erupted from the cloud belt. Sensing that the crack of the primordial realm was about to collapse due to the excessive, destructive energy, some of them turned their heads. Hui also turned his gaze away calmly, his face full of joy. The crack of the primordial realm that had not yet formed and stabilized began to collapse under the concentrated bombardment of countless energy directed by Maple. An energy vortex of order and chaos appeared in its center, and the energy ripples from the edge of the cloud belt were constantly compressing the vortex. They seemed to have begun to take shape, and under the stimulation of a huge amount of energy, there was a short moment where it projected an image of where it led to. It seemed to be a scene of billions of energy bombardment. Countless energies of order and chaos opened up in the void, and the scene was millions of times more intense than the battle that had just broken out here. Ah, that familiar scene. Ah, the scene of billions of energy towers arranged one after another. Ah, the scene of billions of arrays rumbling. Ah, the light of the Temple of Origin was still dazzling. Ah, that was the front line of the void. That was the front line of the void, damn it. That was their home base. Yun, Nuashing, Hui, and the others were stunned when they saw the scene. They had spent so much effort to lead them and go in circles just to cut off their escape route, and now that they looked at it, it would be better to let them successfully open the crack and enter. Go to the front line of the void and let the billions of arrays activate at once, burying them together with the void. The image projected by the rapidly surging cloud belt only existed for a short few seconds before disappearing with the collapse of countless chaotic energies. The entire cloud belt also began to deform, and the vortex in the center was distorted into a lump of mud. When the energy gathered to its peak, the cloud belt erupted with a strong flash, and then suddenly collapsed into a point, disappearing into the void. Hoo, the void is really nonsense. We could not help but want to greet the ancestors of the void, but it was a pity that they did not have such things, and so he could only mumble. It's not a big problem. Yun Nuashing breathed softly. It's a fight no matter where it is, whether it's here or at the front line of the void. It's all the same. Charge the energy towers and get ready to charge at them. The atmosphere, which was a little awkward a moment ago, was instantly stirred by those words. Chapter 1833. The array of energy towers and magic arrays that lined up in the void began to charge rapidly with the command in the soul. The vast light of energy flooded the void before them. Even though he had already dismantled his primeval realm, the realm of order was still there, and the sealing effect of Maple's primeval light was still there. From the moment the crack in the primeval realm was destroyed, there was no need to worry about the people of the underworld slipping away. A bunch of mobs. Do you think the heavenly God of origin can keep us here without coming here personally? In the void, the group of people of the underworld had strange smiles on their faces. Their scattered positions allowed them to spread their primeval aura over a wider area. They looked calm, as if they did not feel that they were surrounded by others. Well, he was too familiar with this smile. The few high-level primeval who came out alone had the same expression. Victory was in their hands, and they did not take the order seriously. He had seen it a few times, and this time he could not help but want to mock them. You people of the underworld seem to like to say very. He gestured with his hands and paused for a second or two before he continued. Exaggerated words, as if the realm of order can no longer accommodate you, or as if the void of order should be your backyard. Your protectors used to have the same attitude. But what happened to them? Where are they now? Although the heavenly God of origin is not here, there is no need for them to come here. The light of order that descends here will shine the truth of a new generation of order. None of you can escape. The expression of the people of the underworld changed slightly, but it was not too drastic. The person who had been talking and was dressed in a black robe, who might also be a protector, took 2 steps forward and turned his body sideways. Just now, we did not want to have too many unnecessary disputes, so we did not argue with you. Do you really think that we are afraid of fighting? The void that was engulfed by the power of order suddenly appeared with an even larger cloud of chaos right after he spoke. From every corner of the void, from the light of the world, gushed out, one after another, gigantic chaos amalgamations brutally broke through the shackles of the void and appeared. Following closely behind them were countless manifestations and constructs that resembled basic components. Huey's face twitched. They had already gotten used to the ladder's numbers, and they would not feel anything if there were a few million more. However, there were a total of 29 chaotic aggregates. This scene had once again refreshed their understanding of the situation. Even during the battle against the chaotic concept bodies on the Cloud Continent, they had not brought out so many chaotic aggregates. This time, the Netherworld must be really desperate, right? They brought out 29 of them. The gray light that illuminated the void, that intense. Oh! The heavy sound of the horn carried a rhythm that made the beings of order somewhat uncomfortable. Huey's gaze immediately shifted to the place where the horn came from. On the surface of the light of the world at the center, there was a platform formed by chaos aggregates. The squarish platform was flowing with scarlet energy patterns, and on it stood a group of people who were clothed similar to the ones in front of them. Their surging life force was mixed with chaos energy. Through their scarlet eyes, one could see that they were berserk beings that were similar to fledglings. But Hui was certain that they were primeval. Now, with the annihilation energy forcefully raising them by a few levels, the level of the annihilation energy was comparable to that of a mid-tier primeval. This time, there were 60 to 70 mid-tier primeval beings. Including the group in front of him, there were almost 100 of them. The sound of the horn of order was vast and heavy, and the void trembled. Whether it was the mid-tier fledglings or the chaos aggregates, their life force became even more berserk in an instant, as if they had taken drugs. However, they did not show the madness and recklessness of the abyss death mist. Their life force only became more berserk, as if they still followed the essence of the soldiers of chaos. With some kind of discipline, they lined up in a huge, neat square formation and advanced forward. At the front of the formation were countless chaos constructs and the 29 chaos aggregates. They looked like they were pushing forward like a wall of stars. The millions of order beings behind them saw this scene and broke out in cold sweat. "Huff and puff," Hui muttered under his breath as his gaze fell on the center of the platform. There stood a beautiful woman dressed in gorgeous clothes. She was holding a huge horn in her hand and blowing the sound that made the void tremble. Her eyes were indifferent and emotionless as she looked in their direction. She was not affected by the energy of chaos, although Hui was not clear about the internal divisions of the underworld. Based on her standing position and her clothes, he was not surprised that she should be the first or second leader of this war. Oh, the man in front of him was the other one. "Lord Hui, how about the chaos aggregates from the depths of the void? They are also gathering here." I Ching walked to Lord Hui's side and whispered in his soul. Looking at the shocking scene in front of him, he was a little shocked, but he was still calm. He had experienced the encirclement of 20 high-level primeval beings, and there was no high-level primeval here. Well, calm, very calm. They are moving very slowly. It seems that they are not affected by the Horn of Order. It will take some time for them to reach here, but there are so many of them. If we want to end the battle, it is best to end it before they get here. Hui heard I Ching's words and pinched the bridge of his nose. He sighed and said, "If we brought a note of order here, I would not hesitate to order the entire army to attack and blow them up. We would not even give them time to gather. But now, phew, forget it. The energy towers have been collectively overloaded and attacked 3 times. How is the situation now? We used some time to recover and stabilize. Because of the origin energy crystal as the core, the overall stability rate is still above 90%. If we attack at full power without overloading, we can last for 5 days. If we attack at full power with overloading, we can only last for 3 hours. According to the number of chaos aggregates before us, we might not be able to finish them off in 3 hours. Lord Maple's magic circle is not included in this. As long as the void is not destroyed, the chaos aggregates can fight until the end of time. 3 hours, I Ching nodded slightly and tilted his head to look at Hui. Lord Hui, if Lord Maple can't join the battle, then this battle, Hui waved his hand. Maple is chatting with the annihilation energy. He has just finished a round and is silent again, although from the movement of the soul seed he seems to be fine. But I am still a little worried. If that is the case, we understand. No matter what, we will fight to the death. Hui turned around and said to the commander of the order in the realm of order, "Don't rush into the battlefield here. Just cover from the side." The man scratched his head and said, "We were just covering from the side." "Ah, the situation inside is too chaotic. I am afraid that you will kill me." Hui was speechless. This guy had figured out which side was more dangerous in such a short time. The biggest enemy of order was itself. This saying was not wrong. The chaos spawns were not afraid of being attacked by their own people. They had to be careful not to be led into a ditch by their own people. He was specifically referring to a certain someone, and that certain someone. Almost 100 mid-tier primeval from the underworld led thousands of low-tier primeval in front of the formation. They were evenly spread out in the huge formation made up of countless chaos spawns. They were like nodes, but they looked very uncoordinated. The light of order shining in the formation of chaos looked very awkward. Even after 5 eras in the front line of the void, they still could not get used to it. In any case, this was a scene of a decisive battle. No matter how you looked at it, it was terrifying. The enemy had overwhelming power. The quality and quantity of the chaos spawns had reached an unbelievable level. They were also prepared, but not enough. Moreover, a certain someone who was supposed to be responsible for 90% of the damage might still be dropping the ball. They could only pray that Sir Observer who dropped the ball would quickly come back to his senses. It was fine if they fell here, since they would be able to crawl out of the spiritual temple after some time. But behind them were trillions of life forms of order, as well as an equal number of worlds of order. They couldn't just give up like that. What? You still want to hide your strength before the decisive battle? The male commander of the underworld spread his hands. The attack just now was not led by any of you. It was led by a scion with the origin energy. Why didn't he come out? You want to see him? Hui raised his right hand and made a very indecent gesture. Why don't you take a look at yourself first? He wanted to say something harsh, but as soon as the words left his mouth, the void beside him started to wriggle slowly. A burst of aura that was so dense that it was as if the chaotic concept body had personally descended suddenly, causing Hui and the others to tremble violently. They hurriedly took a few steps back. The people of the underworld were also stunned. They looked at each other with strange expressions. Yun Nuoxing's figure slowly walked out from the torn void. He still had his colorful long hair. However, his body was surrounded by an extremely dense dark energy. Colorful divine runes were condensing and appearing around him. They then turned gray and disappeared into the void. His aura was so strange that even Siyu and Feng Qinghuang could not recognize him. He, a scion with their power. What a laughable fellow. The man covered his face and shook his head. He sneered. This is the path you are pursuing. You don't know how to adapt. You keep going forward until you drag yourself into the abyss and become part of them. Look at yourself. What's the difference between you and them? But I'm curious. You're not a first-generation heir, nor are you one of the backups left behind by the 147 heavenly gods of origin in the second echelon. I've seen all of them, and you're not one of them. You don't look like a second-generation heir like the many disciples scattered all over the void. Who are you? A toy created by the heavenly god of origin? Did the victory of order give them the time to raise new pets? Such a weak toy. I can't believe you were able to withstand the corrosion of two different powers. You look like a very good material. Hui, I Ching, and the others exchanged glances. As expected, they didn't know that the heavenly origin gods had already passed away. Also, this statement was too unpleasant to hear. Just from this sentence alone, one could tell how much prejudice they had against the heavenly origin gods. They didn't know where this nameless prejudice came from. I am no one. Yun Nuoxing slowly raised his head. He narrowed his eyes and spoke softly. I have a question. You can treat it as your last words. As members of order, you did not hesitate to abandon everything and throw yourselves into the embrace of chaos. Why? Although the dead have the right to die knowing, this is not something you people can understand. He could not help but chuckle. He clasped his hands behind his back and said, This is not something you people should know. Is that so? So important that you people are willing to become the dogs of the chaos concept body, selling your souls and becoming something that is neither human nor ghost. The man frowned slightly. After a moment, he said with a faint smile, The chaos concept body. With your shallow knowledge, you can only think of it that way. We do not listen to the orders of order, nor do we listen to the call of chaos. They and them are just stepping stones. The void has been deceived by them and them for dozens of eras. It is distorted, broken, and worthless. It is not worth mentioning. It is a mistake. It is just self-destruction. He waved his hand and laughed coldly. The void should return to the correct path. It should not be guided by them, nor should it be guided by them. We will walk at the forefront of this path. We will witness the decline and destruction of the void in the past, and you people are destined to walk towards destruction with them. We reached out and picked at his ears with a conflicted expression. Although he knew that the underworld people were almost crazy, he did not expect them to be so crazy. You are all trash and should have decayed into dust a long time ago to the living beings who had lived in the great Yuan realm for more than 300 eras and represented the voids of both sides when the great Yuan realm was first created. Moreover, he dared to say this to an inheritor when he thought that the origin, heavenly God was still alive. This was really something. Did the people of the underworld really think that they were fish on the chopping board and could do whatever they wanted to them? Hui and the others did not know what the underworld people were up to. At first, they thought that the underworld people had eaten the fake medicine given by the chaos concept body and were only thinking about following chaos to destroy order. But now, well, they still did not know what the underworld people were up to. After talking for a while, it was only a possible target that could be inferred from all kinds of clues. It turned from a guess to a certainty. The underworld people were really up to something, but they did not know. Using the origin, heavenly God, and the chaos concept body as stepping stones. TSK, were they not afraid that they would fall too hard? Well, according to the current situation of the void, it was not realistic to let them fall. Well, as a last word, I have satisfied your curiosity. Now die with satisfaction. The horn of order that shook the void sounded once again. Countless chaos spawns roared in response to the horn and launched an all-out assault. The clouds of chaos that erupted on the spot made the chaos spawns charge towards them like a storm. The massive impact made the order beings behind them sweat profusely. Their hands that were holding onto the energy towers had to exert some strength to stop their trembling. Hui walked to the side and tilted his head to look at the expressionless Maple. He saw that his eyes were surging with colorful and gray light. He suddenly said, "Okay." He turned to the others and made a no-problem gesture. Then he waved his hand and calmly ordered, "All energy towers are to enter overcharge mode. Aim at the 29 suns, and all magic arrays are to enter destruction mode. Although it can only be used 10 times, it will be enough." Yun Nuashing looked indifferently at the countless chaos spawns that were charging at them fearlessly. She gently clenched her right hand, and the netherworld ruin sword appeared in her hand. The colorful energy of origin and the gray energy of annihilation tangled around the blade of the netherworld ruin sword. A faint golden and gray light floated around the body of the sword. Hui was stunned when he felt the presence. That Maple. Don't tell me you're planning to, I Ching and the others, who were in the midst of emergency preparations and controlling the energy towers and formations, turned their heads when they heard Lord Huey's bewildered voice. Then they happened to see Lord Feng take a deep breath, raise the nether void sword, and ruthlessly stab it into the void. A strange aura that transcended the void quietly spread out, and in an instant their faces turned pale. "Retreat!" Hui waved his hand and shouted. He hurriedly grabbed the 2 girls beside Maple and ran away. Everyone turned pale with fright when they saw this. They hurriedly grabbed the guy who was still seriously setting up the defense tower and ran away. They waved their hands at the group of people beside the energy tower. F***CK, get down quickly. Everyone defend. 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 The millions of order beings all stared at them in horror. Without a word, all of them dropped to the ground. They had no idea what was going on. As you wish, all of you shall perish together with the decaying void. A gray and colorful energy shadow that was millions of miles wide suddenly appeared from Yun Nuashing's body. Only the upper body of the energy shadow could be seen. It was like a demonic shadow. It stabbed the energy sword in its hand into the void. The 2 unusual powers of order that erupted from its body stunned the underworld people. For a moment, they did not continue charging with the chaos spawns. Silence. 1. The moment the energy silhouette made its move, 2 gigantic energy light pillars slammed into Yun Nuashing from the void. The energy tides set off by the origin energy and the chaos energy instantly impacted all the places covered by the realm of order. The ear-piercing and sharp sound of energy instantly occupied the minds of all the living beings in the area. Circles of energy shockwaves that could be seen with the naked eye rolled out in a frenzy before their eyes like raging waves. The underworld people who were completely unprepared were all pressed into nothingness by the shockwaves. The energy that could strike the void back to its original point erupted with all its might, sweeping the 2 waves towards the edge of the void. Hundreds of destructive shockwaves erupted in an instant, destroying every chaos spawn and construct. The 29 chaos amalgamations' energy chaos barrier barely held on under the impact of the mixed order. In just a few breaths, it was struck by the two energies hundreds of thousands of times and was swept tens of thousands of miles away. Even the underworld's world light behind it could not withstand the indiscriminate energy shockwaves, melting the world barriers of 7 or 8 worlds. If it were not for a layer of chaos barrier supporting them, they would have been devoured by the void that swarmed towards them. Bam! The void was torn apart by the huge energy. Thousands of figures that were entangled with the mixed energy of order fell out of the void. They all looked miserable. The man's face was pale as he looked at the two-colored energy ball that was setting off waves in the void. The energy ball had killed almost half of their chaos spawns in an instant. Origin energy. Multiple types of origin energy? Multiple types of chaos energy? The man's face turned green and red. The underworld people's expressions changed drastically. You're not an inheritor. Could it be? Hundreds of terrifying thoughts flashed through his mind. However, he did not have much time to think about this problem. The mixed energy of order suddenly dissipated. The last impact broke the formation of the underworld people who had crawled back from the void after much difficulty. The aura of death suddenly appeared in his heart. A flash of energy with the smell of annihilation suddenly rushed toward his face. He quickly stabilized his body. The surging power of the origin quickly gathered in front of him. Bam! The mighty fan-shaped wave of destruction crushed his body. The huge wave that was hundreds of millions of miles wide instantly tore a crack in the void that could not be repaired. It swallowed the dozens of unlucky people behind him. The light rain that suddenly exploded in the void shocked the underworld people. The man flashed out of the void in a sorry state. Before he could stabilize his body, a figure surrounded by gray light appeared in front of him. The giant sword in the figure's hand had the power of the primordial realm and slammed into his energy barrier. The power directly penetrated the barrier and affected him. His soul felt a sharp pain as if it was being torn apart. Counting from the moment the mixed energy of order exploded, he had not been able to stabilize himself. The people of the underworld could not even figure out where they had been thrown into the void, let alone their formation. At this moment, they finally managed to suppress their consciousness, which had been shattered into hundreds of pieces by the energy shockwaves. Just as they were about to rush forward to help their protectors, a vast torrent of energy suddenly swept toward their faces. The energy that shone with the light of truth and order made it difficult for them to dodge for a moment. They could only use all their skills to forcefully block it. Hold them here. Hui pointed forward with his shield and sword. Crush them for me. I Ching and the others shouted and rushed forward. With the help of the power of the realm of order and the bombardment of the energy towers, they entangled the underworld people in place. Hui even saw someone holding 2 energy towers directly and using them as sticks to smash open the enemy's head. Those were definitely people brought out by Lady Green. Boom! 2 mighty energies set off fireworks in the void. Hui did not want to look anymore. Using the overload impact of the energy towers to smash open the enemy's head at such a close distance was not something that could be described as fighting to the death. It was planning to destroy their reincarnation path. Woo! After the origin of chaos passed through, the horn of order once again let out a long sound that seemed to have come from ancient times. The chaos clouds that emerged from the light of the 15 worlds caused the void to be occupied by the chaos derivatives once again. The 29 chaos aggregates that were thrown out at the beginning of the battle once again propped up the chaos barrier and pressured them. That loudspeaker is so annoying. I Ching scolded as he adjusted the energy of the energy towers. Master Hui, can I go over and kill her? Hey, let her brag. After 2 minutes, Maple will ding, and we'll pretend that nothing happened. Oh, that's true. However, even though that was the case, the chaos derivatives were nothing to be afraid of. However, Hui stared at the woman blowing the horn on the platform. Suddenly, he snapped his fingers and shouted at the two girls who were charging around on the battlefield. "See you, Qing Huang! I have a mission for you." Chapter 1834. Feathers fluttering in the void descended, igniting the vast sea of fire that burned both order and chaos into ashes. Crimson, pink, icy blue, and dark purple flames filled the void and gathered into a cloud of fire that swept across the battlefield. The blazing fire carried an extremely strong aura of order. Those chaos soldiers who did not know death and did not know how to retreat were drowned in the sea of fire and would not be able to hold on for long. Only Yuanshi, who had reached the middle level of the underworld realm, dared to walk into the sea of fire with millions of energy torrents. However, it was too difficult to extinguish the sea of fire and find the person who controlled this vast sea of fire. Even if they burned all their hair, they would not be able to hurt the person in the sea of fire. At the center of the brilliant sea of fire, waves of fire swept up millions of miles high. The waves pushed towards the furthest end of the sea of fire, expanding the range of the sea of fire. At the place where the waves rolled up, a dozen or so energy towers could be vaguely seen. Different from the appearance of ordinary energy towers, the energy towers here seemed to be made of pure crystal, and the surging energy inside was indescribably dense. Every 10 seconds, the crystallized energy towers would spray out surging energy at the void, or at a random spot. Waves of flames were swept up by the colorful energy radiance into the void, turning into a massive meteor shower that filled the void. It caused a series of explosions that sounded like stars colliding with meteors, while the scattered meteors would also turn into tens of millions of bursting energies that spread in all directions, causing one explosion after another. "Ah, not there. Here, here, here. Shoot this way. Ah, it's over there. Shoot that way." Yu grabbed the crosshairs of the energy towers and started to bombard the area in front of her. The 5 elements sky formation and the pieces of splitting formations also changed their targets. Feng Qinghuang was speechless as she looked at her. She then looked at the formations and energy towers that were spinning along with her. Logically speaking, she would think that these formations and energy towers were going crazy to have such a master. However, they didn't have intelligence. She held back her bitterness. After a while, she couldn't stand it anymore. She walked up to Yu and pulled her arm. "Stop attacking, Little Star. Little Star doesn't need our help. The main thing is, our attacks can't keep up." Yu tried her best to blast the void cannon for a while, and she realized that it was true. No matter how much energy she used, she could not make her attacks catch up to the figures that were flashing wildly in the void. Instead, she managed to kill many of the strange chaos spawns. "Hey, hey, hey! Yu, Qinghuang, can you hear me?" Feng Qinghuang quickly replied, "Lord Hui, what's the matter?" Feng Qinghuang's voice sounded in their souls. "Ah, I finally heard you. I called you for a long time, but you didn't respond." Hui threw a holy energy blast into the air. Then he slapped the underworld dweller that kept fighting with him. "Look deeper. In the center of the 15 light clusters. Yes, there's a platform. Do you see a person blowing a horn on it? Tie her up and bring the loudspeaker back." Horn, the 2 girls turned their gazes at the same time and looked at the woman in a gorgeous white dress on the cloudy platform. She was holding a brown horn that was about the size of 2 wash basins. It was engraved with colorful and dark energy patterns. "Bring it back, Master Hui. You are making things difficult for us." Yu gestured to where they were and the positions of the 15 world light balls. "Alone? Tisk, it's because we're alone that we're asking you to go. No one will know that you're not here with this energy cloud. Maple gave you the power to secretly go around to the back. Just knock him out with a brick and carry him back." Yu and Feng Qinghuang looked at each other. Yu could not help but ask, "What if they are accidentally killed?" If they are dead, then so be it. Remember to bring the horn back. Ah, let's do it later. Feng is about to clear the place. When he is done, and the next wave of chaos soldiers comes out, then before we could finish his sentence, a crazy energy explosion that shook the void suddenly descended upon this region of the void. Everyone's heart trembled, and they had already made a conditioned reflex after hearing this sound. Layers of energy, barriers wrapped around their bodies as if they were free. They turned around abruptly, but before they could get away from the point of the energy explosion, they were slapped away by a dual-colored energy wave. The origin energy and annihilation energy were mixed and entangled together. Thousands of small shock waves erupted in a second on the battlefield, where the objects were clashing with each other. At the scene, the barriers of the underworld people were all torn apart. Then they were pushed into the void by the waves one after another, and they were beaten up violently. Hui and the others saw this and rushed forward while howling like wolves. They endured the indiscriminate attacks of their allies and rushed into the void to add insult to injury. The impact of the storm lasted for a full 10 seconds. When it dissipated, the void was so clean that it was as if it was washed clean by the void turbulence. The chaos barriers of the 15 worlds in the distance were already on the verge of collapse. It was likely that after a few rounds of origin, chaos, the barriers of those worlds would be torn apart and thrown into the void. Ugh. Siyu stood up shakily from the sea of fire. She shook her head and rubbed her temples. I feel a little dizzy. I still can't take Little Star's indiscriminate attacks. There is still a gap between the levels of order. After all, we don't have the origin energy. Feng Qinghuang said helplessly. When she saw Siyu mumbling to herself in disappointment, Feng Qinghuang patted Siyu's head and said, All right. In the battle at the front line of the void, no matter if it's the Order or the Underworld, there are very few who can stay within the range of the Little Star's energy. We are part of it, after all. Many of us can't even get close to it. When Siyu heard that, she grinned. Seems like it. Feng Qinghuang shrugged. She narrowed her eyes and stared at the void. The clean void did not last long. The bugle horn sounded immediately after the storm passed. The place where she was at was protected by the thickest layer of energy. It was also far away from the core of origin, chaos. Even if the entire realm of order was within the attack range, the damage done to her was indeed lesser. Unless Little Star was determined to bury the entire realm of order, then whether it was the area sealed by the origin, chaos, or the void outside, the damage done to her was exactly the same. There was no reduction in the damage done to her. At this moment, there were still people on her side in the realm of order. Little Star could not go all out and attack. The aura of a mid-tier primeval. If we go in alone, we can't bring the energy towers and magic arrays. Our strength will be greatly reduced. If we only have the realm of order, we shouldn't be able to hurt her. Feng Qinghuang murmured. So, the power that Feng gave you is the key. Just use that thing. Master Huey's voice sounded in time. Siyu quickly said, Is it the power of the Netherworld Ruin Sword? That thing can kill her. But, the Netherworld Ruin Sword's attack range is very large. It might cut the horn in half. Feng Qinghuang's face twitched. Who was the one who shouted horn in the first place? A good bugle horn was called horn. Hey, it's not the Netherworld Ruin Sword. The small box that Feng gave you last time contained something very useful. If you didn't throw it away, it must be in there. Something useful hidden in the small box. Feng Qinghuang didn't understand the ambiguity at first. Then, Siyu clapped her hands and exclaimed. She took something out of the pendant. Her hand shook, and the item fell into the sea of fire with a loud bang. Feng Qinghuang was stunned. Feng Qinghuang froze the moment she saw the object. It was a shiny golden brick. Every corner of the brick was carved with 12 steel nails. It looked like a meteor hammer. There were at least 100 small magic circles carved on the top and bottom of the brick. The magic circle was made with the origin energy, and the magic circle was made with the annihilation energy. Feng Qinghuang thought the brick looked familiar. However, she was sure that it didn't look like this when she first saw it. It must have been modified 3 times later on. If she threw something like this out, all the high-level Yuanshi in the void would have to retreat. Even the chaos concept bodies would have to stop. This thing was even more dangerous than the Netherworld Ruin Sword. Siyu quickly picked up the meteor hammer and handed it to Feng Qinghuang. Feng Qinghuang's face turned pale when she saw the dangerous object getting closer to her. She hurriedly waved her hands and stepped back. No, don't point that at me. Take it. Just take it. Did you get it? Come, get ready. They are about to attack again. We will cover for you during this time. You can sneak past them. Master Hui's voice rang in Feng Qinghuang's soul. Feng Qinghuang looked at Siyu and nodded helplessly. The 2 girls prepared themselves in the formation for a while. Feng Qinghuang waved her hand and let the energy in the tower work on its own. They bombarded the chaos creatures and the underworld denizens in the void. Dark purple flames quickly formed a barrier around them, and they disappeared into the void. Using energy to open a path wasn't obvious at all. After all, every space within the void was filled with countless bursts of energy. The endless shock waves were bouncing back and forth, causing the sea of void to be tossed around. The void was on the verge of going crazy. Under such circumstances, a few bursts of energy suddenly appeared in a certain place. It was equivalent to a candle being lit 100 meters in front of the sun. It was impossible to tell the difference at all. That girl with the horn. Phew! The girl with the horn would not just sit there and wait to be captured. She was at the place with the highest level of defense. Even after being attacked several times by Little Star's origin, Chaos, there was not a single crack. It was enough to tell the level of the defense around her. It was also because of this reason that there were not many Chaos spawns around her. She was alone. The underworld was obviously very confident in this kind of defense. Feng Qinghuang felt that they needed to discuss a plan of action. Later, I will use the Netherworld sword to create a crack. You immediately rush in and smash her with that thing. Tie her up and run. Siyu listened and nodded. The discussion was over. Along the way, chaos creatures that were charging at the realm of order were blown up by the energy of order. They turned into clouds and dissipated. They had already passed through the barrier formed by the 29 chaos aggregates. They sneakily went to the back. Here, more chaos creatures kept appearing. This was a place where the power of order did not completely cover. Only sporadic flames of order would occasionally burn. After they arrived, there were obviously a few more explosions of order energy. The dense energy of chaos distorted the void. The aura of the distortion of the laws permeated the entire area. Just by feeling it, they felt uncomfortable. However, their emotions were not affected by the environment. This was the result of them fighting at the front line of the void for 5 eras. They were already familiar with everything. They would not give themselves away just because of this small situation. Oh, except for Little Star's energy of annihilation. That energy was denser than all the chaos creatures before them combined. They could not help but retreat when they felt it for the first, second, and third time. They really could not handle it. They tried their best to perfectly conceal their presence in the last part of the journey. The 2 finally arrived at the side of the platform. The girl holding the horn was just 100 meters in front of them. Siyu pulled Feng Qinghuang's hand and whispered in her ear, "She is so long. She can still maintain the rhythm after blowing for an hour without stopping." Feng Qinghuang's mouth trembled. She thought for a moment and ignored Siyu's complaint. "Master Hui, we have arrived. Can we attract some attention over there? Oh, you two be careful. Be careful." The one who answered them was not Lord Hui, but Little Star's low and indifferent voice. Both of them held their breaths as they calculated the time. It was not yet time for the next wave of primordial chaos sparkle. Oh, this was actually not calculated according to time. Little Star basically used it according to his mood. The time he set was just to give people time to react, to give his own people time to react. Boom! There was a distant and heavy sound of energy trembling. It was as if billions of galaxies were roaring furiously. The impact on the stars was like a huge earthquake. The earthquake that occurred in the void caused everything inside and outside the barrier, whether it was order or chaos, to see a dazzling white light. In the next moment, an endless wave of order and chaos came crashing down on them with indescribable destruction and impact. It quickly crushed everything and rushed to a place further away. Wow. Phone, you big idiot. You should have told us in advance. And yen% gurgle. And gurgle. Siyu and Feng Qinghuang were speechless. Master Hui was being pressed into the sea of nothingness and energy. The destructive power of origin, chaos, this time was obviously more than 100 times stronger than the previous few times. Furthermore, the area of effect was much further, and the effect of hurting allies was much more obvious. The impact of the mixed order that rolled over one's body was like a visible shockwave spreading over one's body. Then the entire world started to shake, and one's soul, body, and consciousness were all thrown into a storm, spinning tens of thousands of times in a second. Even one's soul was scattered. Buzz, buzz. The 29 chaos aggregates let out a low buzzing sound as their energy was severely depleted. The light of the entire sphere dimmed by at least half. The powerful chaos attacks targeting Master Hui and the Order Domain were also silenced because of this. Woo, I'm dizzy. Although I'm holding on, I'm still dizzy. Siyu was half lying on Feng Qinghuang's back. Her eyes were turning into mosquito coils. They had targeted defenses and Little Star's own energy imprint to prevent accidental damage. However, every time they were hit, they would be dizzy for at least a while. She really didn't know how the others, especially the enemies, felt. Master Hui and the others were used to it. However, when the origin of chaos exploded, they still couldn't move, while enduring the impact of the energy. The other two types of order and chaos attacks were still fine. Cheer up. It's time for us to make our move. Feng Qinghuang patted her face and took a deep breath. She threw the dizziness out of her mind. Her jade-like hand surged with the energy of the Nether Void sword and condensed into a large energy sword in her hand. The woman on the platform was also dizzy from the impact of the origin of chaos. On the platform formed by the chaos clouds, the scarlet energy was flickering due to the impact of the energy. The chaos energy was weakening and the barrier was on the verge of collapse. Everything was telling them that this was the best time to make their move. Siyu nodded. She calmed herself down and grasped the meteor hammer in her hand. The magic circle and the steel nails on the meteor hammer all surged with terrifying energy. The moment the meteor hammer was activated, Feng Qinghuang felt a chill down her spine. She shivered and looked back. She couldn't help but gulp. If it wasn't for the fact that Little Star taught her this concealment barrier and the fact that the woman in front of her was obviously dizzy, they would have been discovered. Feng Qinghuang pointed the Nether Void sword at the barrier in front of her. She took a deep breath and looked at Siyu. The two women nodded at the same time. Feng Qinghuang immediately thrust the Nether Void sword forward and slashed a large crack in the barrier. You, hit her. Siyu's entire body turned into a streak of light that shot out like an arrow. The brick meteor hammer in her hand drew out a sword light, drawing an extremely long arc as it landed heavily on the ground. Clang! Feng Qinghuang was in great pain. She turned her head and covered her face. Oh my God! What is that sound? She thought the scene was too bloody, and she didn't even want to look. Then a mid-level yuancher burst out. Feng Qinghuang quickly turned around and rushed out with the Nether Void sword in her hand. She is indeed a mid-level yuancher. She made such a weird sound when she was in close contact with that weapon, and she didn't pass out. When Siyu hit the meteor hammer, the woman was obviously in a daze. However, her powerful cultivation helped her to hold on. She didn't pass out right away. Instead, she unleashed all the energy of a mid-level yuansher. Oh my God, you should just fall. I don't have the heart to hit you again. Siyu let out a loud yell. She grabbed the brick with both hands and used all of her order, divine right and divine power. The brick, which was bursting with origin energy and annihilation energy, smashed heavily on the elder sister's face. Clang dong! Feng Qinghuang stopped in her tracks. Her face twisted when she heard the strange sound. She had witnessed the whole process. She saw the beautiful elder sister being smashed on the platform. The whole process was like this. She fell on her back and her head was pulled to a distance. She kissed the platform before her body. Then there was a loud sound. She bounced on the platform and fell on the ground heavily. She was motionless. Phew, hitting the head is not that fun. Siyu held the meteor hammer in her left hand and shook it with her right hand. A mid-level yuansher is too thick-skinned. I can't hit her once. I have to hit her again. She looked at Feng Qinghuang, who was standing aside with a weird face. She handed the meteor hammer to her and said, "Do you want to hit her? It feels good, but it's a bit hard." Feng Qinghuang saw the meteor hammer on her face. She was so scared that her face turned pale. She waved her hand and stepped back. No, I won't hit it. I won't hit it. Feng Qinghuang quickly walked to the side and picked up the meteor hammer. She looked at it for a while and put it away. Then she dragged the woman and ran out. Let's go. This is someone else's territory. They will realize soon if the meteor hammer doesn't sound. Siyu stuck out her tongue and quickly put away the brick and meteor hammer. Then she left the place and once again entered the hidden barrier. Just as they had expected, the horn of order that was supposed to sound again within 1 or 2 minutes after the primordial chaos rumbled was still silent even after 5 minutes had passed. The people of the underworld were a little puzzled. While they were dealing with the enemies in front of them, they took the time to look back. Then everyone's expression froze. On the platform that was supposed to have an impenetrable defense, it seemed to still be in perfect condition. However, the people on the platform were gone. Looking at the confused faces of his enemies, we couldn't help but smile like Feng Qinghuang. Are you looking for her? Hui tilted his head and pointed to the side. In the center of 400 to 500 origin energy towers, countless thick and heavy energy chains fell from the top of the towers and tied a figure in the middle. That scene made all the underworld people widen their eyes. Their eyes were spitting fire as they looked angry. Hui was so happy that he could not help but laugh. Despicable, sneak attack, immoral. The man who should be the #1 commander said coldly. His people were captured in just a few minutes. They didn't even notice anything. Yun Nuashing slowly stood up straight. She pointed the netherworld ruins, sword at the void in front of her. She looked at the people in front of her indifferently. She said without any emotion, "What is morality? Why do we have to follow any logic when we deal with you? This is war. You said it. Your wish. Your choice. When you joined the chaos to do evil, you have nothing to do with order. Morality, conscience, logic. These are things that you don't need to care about in the face of war. They are for the beings of order, not for you who belong to the chaos. When you are attacking the order, to us, there is only one path left between us." Yun Nuashing's face changed for the first time. She raised the netherworld ruins, soared ferociously. A pair of clouds danced behind her. The origin energy and annihilation energy gushed out of her body and instantly engulfed the entire realm of order. Fight to the death. The sudden burst of violent energy was enough to drown the void. The man looked at Yun Nuashing in front of him. He was in a trance. His face was pale. He seemed to have seen them, the same violent, the same scene. Chapter 1835. In the chaotic and cold void, the remaining energies of order and chaos were being devoured by the slowly recovering void, leaving nothing behind. There were still some bursts of energy appearing in the corners of the void. Sometimes it was huge, and sometimes it was just a small spark. That was the end of the void's battlefield. The bigger movements were caused by I Ching and the others using energy towers to hit the heads of others. The small sparks were the movements of the underworld people as they struggled to resist. As the vast rain of light sprinkled over the void, those small sparks were also annihilated one by one. The void was calming down at a rapid pace. The final battle of the origin of chaos that washed across the void had caused the underworld, who had lost their backup, to collapse rapidly. At this time, other than the underworld who were being exterminated, only the 15 world orbs and the 29 chaos aggregates were left hanging in the void, motionless. Their structures and energies were mostly destroyed by Maple's energy attacks, and what was left hanging in the void was just an empty shell of energy. Its insides were no longer stable after being tormented by the origin of chaos. For such gigantic energy aggregates, if the core could not maintain the relative stability of energy and laws, it would easily collapse, especially when there was no one controlling it. A slightly more powerful attack could cause it to collapse, turning it into a decorative object that could only be put aside for decoration. Later on, I Ching and the others would be able to clean it up. Ah, so is this the end of the battle? I keep feeling that something is not right. Hui stood in the void and finished looking around. He stretched his back and said to Maple, who was beside him, "It's not something worth mentioning in the first place, and it's not something to be excited about. Winning or losing now is just a small explanation for all the order beings in the void, even if most of them might not know the meaning of this battle. Perhaps it would be more satisfying to fight some chaos spawns than to deal with them." Hui sighed. "That's right. It's not something worth mentioning." Looking at the battle between order and chaos in the entire void, the battle of the underworld is just, quelling a rebellion. That's not right. Those bastards have already made up their minds to join chaos. No, it seems that the situation is not that simple. Although they're using the power of chaos. Maple, these people from the underworld, what exactly? Hui stammered as he waved his hand, trying to express what he wanted to say. Primal chaos, concept body, heavenly god of origin, stepping stones and whatnot. I'm getting more and more confused. Who knows? Yun Nuashing breathed a long sigh and shook his head, the boiling energy in his body slowly calming down. Regardless, it's an indisputable fact that they are using the power of chaos against order. We don't know what agreement they have with the chaos concept body, and perhaps we can't find out either. But it's enough to know that they are representing chaos. Since that's the case, there's no need to discuss how to deal with them. Hui muttered in response. He looked at the fellow in Maple's hand. It was the underworld leader. The final origin of chaos had exploded on his face, and he looked miserable now. His clothes were tattered, and there were several holes on his body. The open wounds were still leaking energy. He was also an energy life form. They knew that some of the underworld people were energy life forms. The fledglings were directly catalyzed by the chaos energy and became energy life forms. However, they were just a type of consumable that was better than the abyssal death shroud. These true primeval energy life forms should be their higher-ups. Hui stepped forward and looked at the unlucky fellow who was bound by the origin and annihilation energies. Is he dying? He won't die. Energy life forms don't die that easily. But I've destroyed his scattered form and used the origin and annihilation energies to erode him. If he dissipates now, he's really dead. Generally speaking, energy life forms that have been eroded by the origin and annihilation energies wouldn't be like that. I've just dealt with it specially. Oh. Hui pinched his chin. Energy life forms were indeed creatures that were not so easy to kill completely. It was fine if they were on their own side, but it would be troublesome if they were on their enemies. This meant that if they wanted to kill their enemies, they would have to use a more powerful and special power that could destroy all the life imprints in their souls, spirits, and consciousnesses. However, under normal circumstances, when they were dealing with the energy life forms of the underworld, they would go all out and rarely let their enemies slip away, especially Maple. With his unique power, he could press them into nothingness and beat them up violently. He could even destroy their reincarnation road and get rid of all future troubles. This was something worth celebrating. But Maple, what are you going to do? Hui asked, pointing at the thing in Maple's hand. It's more valuable to capture one alive than to kill one. Although that's the case, but, well, I don't know if a mid-tier premier can keep his mouth shut. He probably doesn't have the energy to do that. It was important to know what the underworld wanted to do besides killing them first. Everyone wanted to do that, but no one had the energy to do it. Previously, when they encountered the high-tier premier of the underworld, they would collapse without a word because they were completely uncontrollable. Moreover, they did not even have the chance to ask questions. Even if they did not think that an uncontrollable enemy would say anything. Most likely, it would be some confusing information. However, it was different this time. They had captured 2 mid-level primeval heavenly kings and were 100% sure that they would be under their absolute control. That would change the situation, wouldn't it? Logically speaking, I don't need them to tell me. I'll see for myself. Yun Nuashing stroked her long hair. I'm not worried that they will kill themselves. With the origin energy and annihilation energy, they won't be able to die without my permission. Yun Nuashing and Hui stood still and talked for a while. Seeing that the battlefield was almost cleaned up, and I Ching and the others were also dealing with the 29 energy aggregates, Yun Nuashing and Hui walked into the realm of order. As soon as they landed and looked up, they saw hundreds of energy towers strung together with energy chains to form a huge ball in front of them. Inside the ball was another person they had just captured, and only his head was exposed. It looked like they had done something inhumane, and their cheeks twitched. Ah, little star, are you guys done? A voice suddenly came from the ball of chains. Yun Nuashing and Hui looked up blankly. They saw you standing on top, waving at them to go up. Why did you tie him up like this? Hui came to the top of the ball of chains and said to you with a strange expression. You scratched his head. You told us to tie him up tightly and not let him run away. So we tied him up tightly. Well, it just consumes a little energy tower. Hui felt that the sturdy he said was definitely not the same as the sturdy, you understood. You saw the person in Yun Nuashing's hand and pointed at him. Do you want to strung him up too? Strung. Hui was stunned. Is it not suitable? Then hang him up? You saw that the expressions of the two gradually became strange. He stuck out his tongue and said, Well, if it's not suitable, then find another energy tower and tie him up. It just consumes a little energy tower. Hui, you better strung him up. 5 minutes later, a small ball was hanging on an energy tower. The unlucky underworld commander was hanging on the ball. If there was wind here, they should be able to see him fluttering in the wind. Yun Nuashing pressed on Siyu's head and walked forward. Feng Qinghuang was fiddling with the horn of order that they had just seized. When she saw them coming, she quickly held the horn and went up to them. How's the big horn? Hui looked at Feng Qinghuang and then at the horn of order in Maple's hand. They had been eyeing the horn of order since the beginning. Haha, they had no choice. They didn't have much power left. Unlike the underworld, they had the origin energy and the relic of origin in one hand and the chaos energy and the chaos soldiers in the other. They had 2 hands on 2 hands. On the other hand, the order had too little power. They had no choice but to turn to the underworld for help. This was the reason why Maple could destroy this void with a single slap, but he wasn't in a hurry to take it slow. If it wasn't for Loudmouth, Hui looked at the 15 world orbs. Well, they still had to walk around in there and see if they could find anything worth paying attention to. At this moment, because he was worried that they weren't all dead. He didn't remove the realm of order. He just asked I Ching and the others to shrink the sealed realm of order and surround the 15 world orbs. The horn of order. Yun Nuashing weighed the horn in his hand and shook his head, the three of them. It's a very complicated structure. Just from the structure and the rules of the structure, I've only seen this level of structure in that pile of relics. Made by the origin heavenly god? I'm afraid so. But this doesn't make sense. Hui frowned with a strange expression. If it was made by the origin heavenly god and left for the order to strengthen the power of order to fight against the chaos concept entity, then how did the underworld twist the rules of the horn to make it effective against the chaos soldiers and the abyssal death misspawn? All right, it's also effective against you. It's just that it doesn't affect the order. It's also not effective against the underworld people. This is actually very simple. Don't think too much about it. Although I thought it was very complicated at first. I thought they did this and that and did some indescribable things to the horn of order. Yun Nuashing held the horn of order in front of Hui and the others to see clearly. He stretched out his hand and pointed at a piece of dark energy rune that occupied 70% of the surface of the horn. Look at what this is. The breath of chaos. Feng Qing Huang sniffled and widened her eyes. Could it be those chaos words? Not really. The breath of the chaos words is much stronger than this. Hui waved his hand and rubbed his hand on the energy rune that was tainted with the breath of chaos. However, this is a power that directly belongs to chaos, and not the abyssal death mist. It should be related to the chaos concept entity. Who knows what kind of communication the underworld had with the chaos concept entity and what kind of agreement they had. Anyway, it's definitely not something good. So, this is what they used to distort the horn of order. Oh, you said think just now. Does that mean that the horn of order was not distorted by the laws of its structure? Yun Nuashing nodded and reached out his finger to touch the chaos rune. The surging origin energy came into contact with the energy rune, and a breath of chaos energy appeared. Hui sensed the power of chaos and was about to take out his shield to be alert when the chaos rune suddenly wriggled and peeled off from the surface of the horn of order inch by inch. Then it fell to the ground and turned into energy and disappeared into the void. After the layer of chaos runes disappeared, the horn of order was surging with a golden energy radiance. The aura of order was rapidly emerging. The dusty horn of order was quickly dyed in a pure white color. Golden runes appeared all over the horn of order. When the horn of order stabilized, one could feel an indescribable sacred and majestic aura from the horn of order. That was the breath of the heavenly god of origin. Huey's eyes widened in amazement. They were considered to have seen the shadow of the heavenly god of origin, and could recognize this breath that could not be more special. However, even if they had not seen it before, they could recognize it when they sensed it for the first time. In the world of order, as long as they still had knowledge of the heavenly god of origin, they would not mistake this breath. Yes, this should be the original appearance of the horn of order. However, it has always been controlled by the energy of chaos. That's why it can be effective against chaos. It's also the same for me. However, generally speaking, the energy of annihilation is suppressed by the energy of origin, so it's not obvious. We heard this and nodded. He looked at the spot where the chaos energy had disappeared and clapped his hands. After all this time, it was just a layer of membrane for calamity. Yun Nuashing said, although it was affected by something of the same level as the chaos concept body, what you said about the membrane, phew, forget it. Hui held the horn of order and played with it for a while. If it was not for the fact that he felt that it was not the right time, he might have blown the horn. If he blew the horn now, I Ching and the others would probably blow through the 15 world light orbs. He still remembered what happened to the chaos creatures when he blew the horn. It was an understatement to say that they were on drugs. Hui threw the horn of order to Maple for him to study for a while. He turned to look at the woman who seemed to be buried underground. He turned to Siyu and Feng Qinghuang and said, "Did you guys strip her and search her body?" Yun Nuashing, Siyu scratched her head and said embarrassedly, "We searched her, but we did not find anything. She might be hidden somewhere else, in the spiritual world or something." Hui heard this and rolled up his sleeves. "Get out of the way. Let me do it." The veins on Yun Nuashing's forehead popped. She walked up and punched Hui on the ground. She was speechless. "Are you trying to find something?" Hui Ting stood up and looked at him with a bright smile. "Look at my sincere eyes. Well, I just want to open a door to the spiritual world and let them find it." Although Hui was a little mischievous and perverted at times, phew, forget it. He really only wanted to break the woman's defense and let the two girls slowly search. These two won't wake up in a short time, right? Hui clapped his hands to show that he was done. He pointed at the ball hanging in the air and looked at the woman who only had her head exposed. One is on the verge of collapse. The other has her head cut open by a kinetic weapon and sealed with various types of energy. Even if they wake up, it won't be a big problem. Yun Nuashing said and looked at the two hanging in the air. She raised her hand and threw out 2 balls of origin energy. "But just in case, let's put another seal on them." Hui rubbed his chin. "Do you want to do 2 more? After all, they are dangerous people who have the relic of origin and the power of chaos." "That's true." Yun Nuashing nodded and threw out 2 more seals. Hui felt that he could come up with a few more reasons to let Feng tie them up until they suffocated, but there was no need to say anything. "Lord Feng, Lord Hui, the battlefield is cleaned up. Are we going to the world of light now? Wait a minute. We're coming." Yun Nuashing and Hui looked at each other. The two turned back and said goodbye to Siyu and Feng Qinghuang. Then they went to the place where I Ching and the others had sealed off. The matter here was not over yet. There were more important things to deal with. But before that they had to send the other group back. On the other side of the realm of order, a group of people were leaning against the energy towers and resting in the realm of order. The battle just now had really frightened them, mainly because they were frightened by the attacks of their own people. Now that the battle was over, they had a chance to take a good rest. The sudden appearance of the 2 people here gave the group a shock. They thought that there was something important to do. Just as they were about to stand up, Hui quickly said, Hey, lie down first." Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Hui continued, "Take advantage of the fact that you don't have to fight now. You guys will probably fight until the sky turns dark later." Everyone, "Hey! Why are they still here? Isn't it over?" They had already started to think about the celebration banquet, but in the end, a commander of the order smiled bitterly. He quickly held down the people who were so excited that they almost jumped up. He walked forward and said to Yun Nuashing and Hui, "Isn't the battle over?" "Not yet." Hui shook his head. He decided that it was better to explain things clearly. The battle that has ended now is only one part of the entire battle, the part called quelling the rebellion. However, deep in the void, there is still the power of chaos brewing. They are still coming towards the realm of order. At this moment, they are purely themselves. They are not controlled by order. Do you understand now? The commander took a deep breath and said, "Anyway, I understand the word fight. In short, we have to continue fighting." "That's a good summary." Hui grinned and patted him on the shoulder. "Don't worry. The enemy that you are facing now, I have taken a look. They don't have such exaggerated power anymore. With your strength, you should be able to handle it. As for how long you guys will have to fight, it's hard to say." He heard that and sighed heavily. He scratched his ears and cheeks in distress. "Is there no end to this?" His bitter smile and tired eyes revealed too much pain and pain. It reflected the memories of the lives lost. It reflected the scene of the world being shattered. It was the scene of countless sparks falling from the realm of order. Hui understood his eyes, but he could not say anything to comfort him. He could not even maintain the bright smile on his face. He could only sigh helplessly. Who knows? We have also tried to end all of this, but it's hard to say. You mean, there will be an end to this battle. It's just that, you have forgotten too many things. We can't tell you clearly. The only thing we can tell you is that we are searching for the root of this. We will try our best to end everything. Hui sighed in distress. But, well, in short, Yun Nuashing looked at Hui, who wanted to say something more tactful at the critical moment. She shook her head and continued, Your war will return to its normal track, and we will continue to move forward and search for the root of the problem. After this, if we can't return, we will announce our failure to the void and to all of you. If one day the void returns to peace, that will be the best answer we can give. The commander-in-chief looked at them and bowed. He clasped his hands together and said, I understand now. The dangers and dangers ahead are things that we can't touch because we have forgotten the past. However, I can still see a thing or two from what I just saw. Since I can't do it myself, at least, please allow me to pray and bless here. Not only for the void, but also for myself, for all of you, for everyone. Hui patted him on the shoulder. Go, return to your battlefield. The dangerous road ahead should be explored by those who bear the danger. No matter what the result is, the battlefield here will be left to you. Watching the group of people leave, Yun Nuashing and Hui both sighed. Hui suddenly said faintly, forgetting everything in the past, sometimes I don't know if it's a disaster or a blessing. It's impossible to tell. Just like the void, no one can tell. Yun Nuashing turned around and walked towards the inside. She brought the realm of order here and began to shrink and seal. Then, Feng, what do you think? Hui followed at the side with his hands behind his head. He said casually, Do you think it's better to forget or to remember and record everything down? Yun Nuashing thought for a while and replied, Just like what I said at the beginning. Since I can't escape from the chaotic whirlpool of the void, at least let me understand everything in it. No matter what is waiting at the end of my knowledge, at least I want to understand it. I know that many people want to be confused ghosts, regardless of whether they want to live or die in confusion. Yun Nuashing shrugged. Anyway, to me, I just want to know what I have experienced here. Whether it's right or wrong, good or bad, it doesn't matter. I will use my own knowledge to judge everything. If I can't stand firm in my beliefs and go with the flow, in the end, I will only become a muddle-headed, unlucky person. Hui was stunned when he heard that. He pointed at himself in astonishment. Am I very unlucky? Yun Nuashing. If you're not unlucky, you'll make others unlucky. Good fellow, you're the biggest troublemaker in the void. How dare you say that to me? We're the same. Yun Nuashing's face twitched and she looked depressed. Hui smiled bitterly after he said that. I have nothing better to do than to stab myself in the back. My heart really hurts. Chapter 1836. As the shrinking realm of order gradually solidified, the void in this area was once again sealed up. However, this time, there were no signs of war in the void. There were no destructive and chaotic energies that were recklessly bursting out. The surroundings were quiet. Only the 15 light clusters that were hanging in the void in front of them were worthy of their attention. The realm of order is completely sealed. Even if the chaos soldiers from the depths of the void were to come here, they would not be able to notice our presence. Hui clapped his hands as he personally completed the sealed realm of order. He looked around the void, dark, cold, and empty. Compared to when the battle had just ended, the void that had almost completely recovered and devoured all traces of the battle was a little more desolate. The energy tower array is in repair mode, leaving only the minimum energy needed to maintain the realm of order. The array is not damaged much, so there's no need to replenish it for now. Wait, no, we can't replenish it. We've brought out everything we have on this trip. What's there to replenish? Lord Maple is right here. If there's a need, there would be billions of arrays in a second for you to jump in and swim. Oh, that's right. Anyway, let's get the arrays to adjust the energy output mode and have them help to repair the unstable energy towers, especially those that use the Origin energy core. Half of them collapsed after the battle. We haven't returned to the front lines yet, so we have to hold on to the resources at hand. That's what you say. Why don't we just set up a nest here and make a batch of energy towers here? Good idea. Then I Ching and the others began to rumble about in the realm of order. In less than 2 minutes, they had created a rule creation realm that was used for logistics. They began to create energy towers there. Their speed was not slow, with each person being able to create 1 energy tower in a minute. This was under the condition that they did not use any sort of support. They knew that the professional logisticians in the Void frontlines were in charge of a large array. With multiple threads running at the same time, they could throw out 1,000 to 2,000 energy towers in a minute. They could also throw out a set of 3,000 to 4,000 energy crystals. Hiss! That's not right. With such a terrifying production speed and such a terrifying quantity, they could make the energy towers in the front lines unable to meet the demand. Were those guys used to bombarding indiscriminately at the front lines, or were they using too many energy towers at once? I've told you about this data before. Yun Nuashing glanced at Hui, who was muttering to himself. Suddenly he was startled and patted his forehead. Oh no, Jing Yuanji told us once. You forgot later. I repeated it to you again. Including this time, it's the 3rd time. The defenses of every node in the Void frontline are arranged around the Temple of Origins, he said, flatly sighing. The usual spell arrays, energy tower arrays, order domains, and order domain nodes are adjusted according to the netherworld forces each node encounters. Basically, the combat power of both sides is equal, and even if there are forces beyond their limits, they would all be transferred to the backup defenses, increasing and stacking until they are converted into backup defensive forces. That is why when it comes to the power of order nodes, normal power is the portion that is displayed in the chaotic battle against the Death Shroud, but most importantly, it is the backup defensive forces hidden within the entire Void node. I remember that. It's mainly to deal with the netherworld forces that might suddenly appear, such as high-level primeval or something. Hui suddenly clapped his hands and said in realization. Yun Nuashing glanced at him and continued. Normally, the numbers fluctuate according to the abyssal death mist and underworld power that each node encounters. The lowest number is no less than 70 million energy towers, and the number of magic circles is based on the number of energy towers multiplied by 1,000 to 100,000 times. As for the most magic circles, they're the most heavily besieged node 0. Other than the 2 of us and some of the higher-ups, the number of magic circles there is also in the billions, not to mention the many Origin energy towers and all kinds of special energy towers. As for the number of magic circles, it seems to have reached 1 trillion after 5 eras of growth. The total number of magic circles in the second defense line has also increased by a dozen times compared to the beginning, and it seems to have almost reached 30 trillion. A third of it is on the surface. I have also adjusted the third defense line, but it is changing automatically absorbing the power of the Void to adjust and grow. So I'm not sure what the third defense line is like at the moment. I will only know when I activate it. Huey's face turned green. What have you done to the Void? You have squeezed the Void dry, right? Not even a drop is left, right? It's not that serious. Isn't the Void still full of energy? It still has the time to torture the 2 of us. So how can it be squeezed dry? Hui felt that this was very reasonable, and he could not refute it at all. It was only after listening to Maple's data that Hui remembered those things and woke up from a dream. No wonder the logisticians had accumulated so much resentment. So the front line had squandered too much. With 2,000 units per minute, it was true that one person could not support the consumption of tens of millions and hundreds of millions of energy towers on the front line. In the entire Void front line, Every node's defensive power would spread out based on the void's visualization. Well, in any case, it was measured in light years, and there was no telling how many millions of energy towers it was. Either way, it was very vast, or there would not be so many energy towers. TSK, it sounded scary, but the consumption rate of energy towers was not measured in minutes. It was just said that the overload could last for 3 hours, and that was under the condition that all kinds of support circles were not present. If the situation was good, the overload could last for 3 days or more, and then it would be extinguished and thrown out as a bomb for the last time. Or it could be saved up and thrown out again after a certain amount was accumulated. The large amount was basically accumulated from tens of millions of abandoned energy towers and energy tower cores, and the scene of an explosion was very exciting. 3 days was actually enough for logisticians to create a batch of replacement energy towers and continue to accumulate backup power, but it would make the logisticians grumble. After all, the frontline energy towers could actually be controlled to not be consumed so quickly, controlling the energy and increasing the utilization rate. But well, for the sake of fighting, forget it. Let's not talk about that. Looking at Hui, who suddenly had an epiphany, and then blanked out on the spot, his mind drifting to some unknown corner of the void, Yun Nuashing had a strange expression. I'm thinking that you should be in charge of this, right? Me. Hui tilted his head, pointing at himself. Am I not in charge of carrying the shield and taking the hits at the front? How could I? I'm in charge of hanging up at the front to illuminate the void, and you're taking over what I should be doing. Have you forgotten? Hui shook his head vigorously and saw Maple's face darken. He nodded vigorously and laughed dryly. I remember. It's just numbers, right? I don't really remember. Although the topic was a little off topic, there was no harm in talking about it now. The main point was that they were slowly increasing the strength of this place. Yes, they were still in a state of battle. Currently, they had switched from aggressive attacking to cautious defending. As for why, they were worried that there were ghosts in this place, and the void would often come up with ghost stories to mess with them. The void had been tormented by the netherworld, the origin heavenly god, and the primal chaos concept body, so the level of ghosts in the void was obviously much higher. The war that lasted from the mythological era to the present has temporarily come to an end. The war that lasted from the mythological era to the present is still going on. Hui put his hands in his pockets and looked at the 15-world orbs before him, breathing a long sigh. Say, do you think there would be high-level primeval in there? Or a remnant derivative, a derivative of chaos? Based on the battle routine of the mythological era, there is an 80% chance that there would be high-level primeval beings. Even if this is not the underworld's base camp, and it is just a wanderer that could be forced out by both sides, the battlefield of that era was a war between order and chaos. The power of the primeval was the main combatant of both sides. But if they exist, why didn't they come out? Hui gestured with his hands and frowned in confusion. My primeval domain is ready again, and when they rush out, I'll enter the highest state and collapse the void. The stage is ready, but the actors don't come on stage. I'm embarrassed. God knows why they didn't come out. Maybe. I can't think of a few possibilities. Maybe they were waiting for us to go in and set us up. That's unnecessary. Maybe they thought that the primordial god had come in and were scared out of their wits. Then they should have staked everything when they resisted to the greatest extent. And if a high-level primeval was guiding the primordial realm rift, it shouldn't be broken so easily. You see, I can't tell why. Maybe, well, there are no high-level primeval beings. When they were first thrown here in the 36th and 37th era, other than the primordial god of origin, the chaos concept body, and the underworld, there might have been high-level primeval of order. The primordial god of origin and the chaos concept body were fighting each other, while the warriors of order and the underworld were beating each other. In the end, when the primordial god of origin or the chaos concept body cleared the field, they were destroyed together, leaving only these few remaining beings. They don't have the presence of the tide of chaos, nor are there any signs of being affected by the turbulence of the void. They just can't move forward with the changing void. Hui tugged at his hair and said, "In other words, this place is equivalent to an immune space. It should be the domain of the chaos concept body." Yun Nuashing shook her head and turned to look at the world ahead. "Anyway, let's go in and take a look. I Ching, you two stay here and strengthen the defenses while we go in and take a look. If there's no problem, you two can explore other worlds. Remember to be on guard and don't break soul communication. As you command, God." Therefore, now that the sudden battle was over, it was time to return to their original purpose in coming to the void to find something. At first, they did not know what to look for, but now that they had found traces of the underworld wanderers, along with the power of the primordial god of origin and the chaos concept body, they would be letting themselves down if they did not find something in their world. The chaos shroud that shrouded the 15 worlds had long since crumbled, but the original world barrier was still intact. Yun Nuashing and Hui unquestionably chose the cluster of light at the center of the world, and entered it while maintaining combat status. The expected scene of being blasted by high-powered chaos energy blasts from all directions did not happen. "No attack?" Hui asked, moving his shield aside. "It's even a little lifeless." Yun Nuashing nodded. Hui lowered his shield and studied the stars before him, his expression changing several times. There were no normal stars in the dark, starry sky, only chaos aggregates that had yet to be extinguished. Their dull radiance was a little bit of light, and while it could not illuminate the dark, starry sky, their existential composition was very high, and one could see where they were without paying attention. More than 3,000 chaos aggregates, but they don't have any destructive power. It seems that they can't control those big guys very well. If they use the horn of order to stimulate them, they might be able to produce a large batch of chaos spawns in an instant. That's probably how they summoned the spawns from the cluster of light. As Yun Nuashing spoke, she released her spirit to scan the entire starry sky, and it was done after a while. Confirmation complete. There's not a single living thing. It's very likely that the last group of people who came out were the last of the Guardians. Perhaps the entire cluster of light had been modified to adapt to the splitting and creation environment of the chaos spawns. Only a part of the order environment was left, and it was probably left for them. In the past, I naively thought that the world of those who hid behind the scenes was all dark, and the wind that blew smelled of blood. They hid behind the scenes and laughed strangely at the strange things in front of them, and occasionally said a few harsh words to the air, as if they were acting with themselves. Later, when I grew up a little, I realized that they had to live honestly. Perhaps they had the old and the young at home, and a bunch of subordinates and leaders following behind them. The strange thing was that to us, they were just people who had embarked on a different path, but were still living honestly. That's right, that's reality, the reality of the structure of the void. Hui spoke faintly and then laughed bitterly. But I never thought that the reality that you thought of would one day become the reality that you thought of. The gloomy and lifeless scene before him was not much different from what he thought of before. There was really no living thing in the entire world, and no one who was still living honestly. It was not incomprehensible if he thought about it. These places had been involved in the highest level of war in the void, and it would be really abnormal if 2 or 3 worlds with many ordinary living things had popped out. You mean the order beings of the upper, middle, and lower planes? Other than some of the world lights in the void that were left behind from the 36th and 17th eras, there were obviously more worlds that were born in this era. Most of the newly born worlds had been wiped out by the underworld. Other than the upper planes, there were still some territories left in the upper planes. As for the underworld, they were left behind just like the 36th and 17th eras, and there was no way they could increase their manpower. With their nature, it was impossible for them to come in contact with other order beings. So, after 20 eras, however many of them were left behind to fight against the underworld. I Ching, you guys go and find a place to check it out. Although there seems to be nothing out of the ordinary, still stay alert. After instructing I Ching and the others who were guarding outside, Yun Nuashing turned her head and looked into the depths of the stars. The people are gone, but there are still things left behind. If there was nothing left in the entire world, they could have just thrown these 15 worlds away when they ran away. But judging from the 2 times they ran away, they obviously could not bear to leave them behind and insisted on taking them with them. Other than the things related to the chaos spawns, is there anything else left behind? Hui muttered. He suddenly thought of something and became excited. Could it be something related to the heavenly god of origin and the others? Like something similar to the Horn of Order? Give me more. Give me more. Yun Nuashing glanced at Hui, who had suddenly become excited, and shook her head helplessly. Although she also hoped that the result would be like that, theoretically speaking, based on their current understanding of the underworld. Even if the underworld really had some power related to the heavenly god of origin other than the Horn of Order, it might not be left in this land of exile. It was more likely that there was something in the base camp. Well, they could only try their luck. If there was really something that had been swept into this place, it would be a great help to the Order realm if they could find it. Huey's mouth suddenly trembled uncontrollably. I feel like I'm picking up rubbish all over the void, and all of them are second-hand goods that have been used by others. Yun Nuashing's mentality suddenly exploded. Her beautiful face instantly became hideous and twisted. She took a deep breath that made her body tremble slightly. She held it in for a while before her face returned to normal. She forced herself to be calm and said, "The original things have to be traced back to the 30th era. It's not even our turn to have them. Phew, but the relics that were brought back 5 eras ago are indeed original. Until now, I still don't understand the use of those mud balls arranged from small to large." Hui was stunned. "You don't know either? That shouldn't be. The heavenly god of origin said that you would know the use of those things. I guess I'll have to spend some time to study it." "How would I have the time to study it in 5 eras? Yun Nuashing sighed and shook her head. Half an era ago, the war on the front lines had eased a little. However, he was still hanging in the void to illuminate his surroundings and did not really study those things. Let's go back after we're done with the matters in the void. While the underworld base camp hasn't done anything yet, we should quickly sort out the things on hand. After all, these are things left behind by the heavenly god of origin. We have to raise the priority." Yun Nuashing and Hui wandered around the empty world for a while and found a planet that might have been left behind by them. It was the only star system with a sun that was made of chaos. There was only one lonely planet that floated beside this huge thing. It was motionless and had no tendency to move. As expected, this is the only place worth mentioning. Hui stood in the starry sky and looked around. This was the center of the world. Other than the chaos aggregates that were completely motionless, all the other chaos aggregates were slowly moving around this point. They had noticed this place from the start. However, they first went to other places to check out the situation. After confirming that there was nothing noteworthy, they came here to check out the situation. There were buildings on the surface of the planet. They were of a normal style. Half of them had the shadow of the celestial realm, while the other half had not been seen before. They could see some shadows in the buildings of many worlds, but they were not exactly the same. The buildings were more like temples. As there were not many people, these temples were all gathered in one part of the planet. The other parts of the planet were all wilderness. There were traces of life that once existed, but there were no signs of life. Those traces could be traced back to more than 10 or 20 eras ago. Just as they guessed, perhaps when this exile was thrown here, there were already no signs of life or traces that were worth mentioning in these worlds. At this time, the only people that they had exterminated were those who had survived the war back then. Their worlds had long been filled with chaos derivatives. Hui used his divine sense to scan the situation of this world again. He spread his hands and said to Maple, "This planet is also completely silent. There is only a minimal energy reaction, and it is the energy reaction of the buildings. There are no signs of consciousness activity, no signs of soul activity. It is completely abandoned." Yun Nuashing heard this and narrowed her eyes. However, she shook her head and said, "No, there must be another place here. There must be something in it. Definitely, definitely." Hui was stunned. "Why do you say so?" When we were still in the middle and lower realms, although the energy resonance point was quickly shielded at that time, we could still recognize that the shielded energy resonance point was pointing to this world. It is here. If we can't find it, it means that something is still blocking the energy from the resonance point. Hui suddenly realized and said, "Oh." He had almost forgotten about this matter. The two of them landed in the only place that had temples and various kinds of buildings. They looked at the buildings that had a little sense of familiarity. However, because they had been immersed in the energy of chaos for a long time, they gave people a sense of oppression and discomfort. This was the last remaining area of this world with the aura of order. However, it was still in a state of entanglement with the aura of chaos. We could not figure out why they, a group of beings of order, did not feel uncomfortable when they were constantly accompanied by the aura of chaos. He and Maple stood there and wanted to sink this planet and the light of this world into nothingness. It was not much different from living next to a stinking ditch. Moreover, it was a stinking ditch that was filled with all kinds of strange and foul smells all year round. They could even wake up from the smell when they were sleeping with their quilts covered. It was really something that they could not get used to. It was impossible to get used to it. "You guys really don't have any leisure life to speak of." Hui took 2 steps forward and clapped his hands hard. "They really hide behind their backs and refine the evil water in their gourds all day long. There is not a single moment of rest. There were no other buildings other than temples, no other cities, and no buildings that ordinary beings needed to live in. There was only temples. That also meant that the underworld people who lived here really did not have anything else apart from the boring daily business of tormenting chaos spawns. It was completely lifeless, and even he could not accept it. The 5 eras of dull battles in the front lines of the void were really boring. However, if the war was not urgent, they could also stroll around the node cities when they were bored and occasionally return to the human world to relax. This half an era had really been a lot more relaxing. With missions, they could go out for a walk. If they wanted to return to the human world more realistically, they could enter the front lines of worlds and see what interesting things were happening in the worlds that were only separated by a thin line from the vast battlefield. Now that they turned around and looked at this place, that was really it. Apart from tormenting chaos spawns, there was nothing else. Leisure life. Probably. Occasionally going to the remnant worlds of the middle and lower planes to cause trouble and tear down 1 or 2 world groups is considered leisure life for them. Yun Nuashing looked at the situation around and agreed. "Anyway, I am sure that this is definitely not an environment that can be created by living a normal life. As long as there are 2 more greenery, I would say that they love life and are positive." Hui grinned at him and pointed at the temple beside him. "Maple, can I make some noise?" Logically speaking, Yun Nuashing had a weird look on his face. This time he did not intend to reply with "make some noise" and let him directly attack. But after thinking about it, it was not a problem to make some noise in this place. He nodded. "Smash it." Buzz. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a buzzing sound of energy trembling in their ears. A beam of holy energy burst out and broke through a temple that was 100,000 feet tall. The explosive holy energy swept from the sky with a shock wave. The energy shock wave caused the entire planet to tremble slightly. The temple was divided into 7 or 8,000 pieces as smoke and dust billowed and slowly collapsed. The sound of the collapse could be heard in waves. It would probably take a while for it to calm down. The 2 of them looked at the billowing smoke and dust. The crackling sound of firecrackers going off lasted for 10 minutes. In the end, Yun Nuashing felt that it would be a waste of time to wait any longer. He added another energy shock wave and blasted the place into a crater. The world quieted down. "Oh, it seems that it is really clean." There are no other things rushing up to surround us. Yun Nuashing asked, "What are you looking forward to?" "The hidden people, the hidden derivatives. They might as well jump out of the ground and offer up the things with both hands." Yun Nuashing glanced at him. "You are thinking about Peach. Look for it yourself. You will find it. It is just a small planet. Where else can it be hidden?" Chapter 1837. The saying of a place as small as a fart. Generally speaking, a place could really be as small as a fart. However, when something was hidden in a place as small as a fart could become as vast as the Milky Way. Furthermore, the things that should have been right under one's nose could not be found. The more one deliberately searched, the harder it would be to find it. The more one deliberately searched, the more one would turn the place into a mess. In the end, not only would one not find what one was looking for, one might even find something unexpected. Well said. My blood pressure is starting to soar. This was what Hui Qi said after half an hour of digging 3 feet into the ground and polishing the planet with his holy sword. Yun Nuashing also felt that her energy was getting to her head. She wanted to do something. They did not find the crystal droplet, nor did they find anything related to order. However, they did find a large pile of chaos creations. Hui Qi was rather excited when he found them at first. Although they were chaos creations and were incompatible with normal life forms of order, Maple was someone who possessed 2 types of order and 2 types of order rules. It would definitely work if he moved them over. Then Maple took them away and destroyed them. These things were indeed useless. In this city built by the enemy. No, according to the scale, this place with only the temple buildings could only be considered a small district. Moreover, there were only temples coming and going. Other than temples, there was nothing else to be seen. Hui initially thought that the people of the underworld would leave something related to normal life in the corner. Even if there was no building layout outside, there should be some decorations inside the temple, right? They would put a layer of paper on the windows, decorate their little nest, dye the inside and outside of the door, or even decorate it in a gloomier style. He was wrong. He was really wrong. The people of the underworld were really abnormal. There was nothing extra here. There was really nothing extra. There was really only everything related to chaos derivatives. There was nothing related to daily life. There were no meaningless decorations. Even if there was a pile of ferocious-looking weapons in the corner, or a painting of riches and honor in the world of order hanging on the wall, they would not have the time. If he stayed here, he would probably go crazy in less than 2 years. Phone, I want to slip away. Yun Nuashing turned around and looked at Hui, whose face was half green and half white. He looked weak, as if he had been mentally polluted. She couldn't help but shake her head. Is it that serious? Although the atmosphere in this place is gloomy and not very pleasant. This is not a matter of whether it's serious or not. Huey's face sank and he smiled bitterly. This is spiritual pollution. From the moment I came here, I felt that my spirit was stained with a layer of dust. The longer I stay here, the more serious the pollution. My normal reason is leaving me at a speed of 1 centimeter per second. Yun Nuashing glanced at him. The 2 of them passed by the tallest temple door and walked towards another path that was not really a path. All right, we'll leave as soon as we find what we need. If you feel uncomfortable, you can use a file to polish this planet again. Just don't damage the whole thing. Hui heard this and subconsciously took out the guardian's sword. Just as he pointed it at the ground in front of him, his face darkened and he shook his head vigorously. No, I'm afraid that my divine right weapon will be polluted. In turn, my divine right will be polluted and the loss will outweigh the gain. The buildings in this place are very strange. Hui looked around in distress. The size of each temple is exactly the same. The height, width, and length are all the same. Only the appearance is slightly different. Their OCD has reached the level of psychosis. I can't even tell which temple is the most important here. This shouldn't be. This is not right. There are two main characters on the battlefield. Logically speaking, there should be one or two temples that are at least a little more prominent. Maybe they don't need it at all. Just hang it in the sky every day. Yun Nuashing said, and continued to walk around the tallest temple on the left. Hui suddenly stretched out his hand and grabbed foam. He stopped in a daze. What's wrong? Hui tilted his head and looked at the empty space on the left. He shook his head and said, We seem to have been walking around here for a while. Yun Nuashing was startled. There was a colorful light surging in his squinted eyes. He nodded hesitantly. I subconsciously let myself walk towards the place that should be paying attention. I didn't control myself. Unknowingly, I have already walked around this empty space 3 times. Hui picked up the guardian's sword and pointed it forward. Shall I poke it? You slash it. Yun Nuashing nodded in agreement. Boom! The sword arrived in an instant, accompanied by an extremely brilliant golden divine energy exploded in front of his eyes. Yun Nuashing observed that when the divine energy spread in the space in front of him, it was not directly attacked and destroyed. It was a bit like something was slowly being wiped away. There was a hazy feeling in his heart, but it was retreating quickly. He suddenly reacted and quickly shouted, Hui, stop! Huh? Hui was startled. He quickly retracted the divine energy that was still erupting and threw most of the energy that was not recovered in time into the void. However, there was no way to deal with the energy that had been completely released. Listening to the sound of something that was not a barrier in front of him, Hui suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. After a while, the energy gradually calmed down. Both of them looked at the front again. The turbulent space in front of them was still slowly shaking. The smoke that came out of nowhere blocked their line of sight. When the space calmed down, Hui waved his hand and brushed away the smoke in front of him that was obviously not caused by his energy explosion. In his line of sight, an extremely huge temple appeared. It was 2 or 3 times larger than the surrounding temples that were exactly the same size. Right in front of them was a huge opening that was split open by the divine energy. The remaining divine energy hung on the opening. Both of them knew that it was the credit of the attack just now. Fortunately, they retracted their power in time. When the divine energy behind them completely erupted, the temple would have become hundreds of evenly scattered in the space in front of them. This. Hui was dumbfounded by the temple that had suddenly appeared in front of him and had obviously been slashed by him. He glanced at Maple and quickly put away the guardian's sword. He laughed dryly and said, Listen to me. The distortion of reality covers the space, so he didn't feel it. However, the defense of the body is not strong. It was torn apart in an instant. Yun Nuashing turned her head and said to Hui, who looked embarrassed. She did not care about his embarrassment at all. Speaking of which, other than this layer of space that can barely be considered a defense, have you noticed that this world doesn't even have a defense? Hui shook his head when he heard that. No, you see the chaotic aggregates hanging in this world. Those are the defense. Originally, they were used to cooperate with the Horn of Order for defense. It's just that they didn't expect us to directly capture her and the Horn. Oh, it seems so. This tallest temple was the same as all the other temples they had encountered. Only the weak energy of the building itself was left. There were no decorations inside. It was just a space divided by walls and pillars. There was nothing different about it, except that it was a little bigger. Maple, come over here and take a look. Hui, who had been running around the hall as soon as he came in, seemed to have found something. He waved at him from the corner. Yun Nuashing dropped the broken bricks that she had picked up and walked in his direction. The place Hui found should be a side hall. The inside of the side hall was also empty, but in the center of the side hall there was a statue and engraved throne. A figure was sitting on the throne, holding a grayish-white crystallized water droplet statue in his right hand. Hui said, In this situation, I can't help but want to say something. Go ahead. Hui took a deep breath. Huff, huff, huff. It would be better to just say, what the F asterisk CK directly. After all, to see the statue of the heavenly god of origin in the place of the underworld. Well, it was not impossible to understand Huey's shock at this moment. It was indeed very thought-provoking. A group of people who chose to betray the order saw the heavenly god of origin as a stepping stone and became an accomplice of the chaos. A group of people who had attacked the heavenly god of origin kept a statue of the heavenly god of origin in their nest. What? Are they acting as spies here? Could it be that the ancestors of the underworld had been in the primal chaos void for 3 eras, and in the end they had forgotten about themselves, so they really rebelled against the origin, heavenly god? Please don't let it be such a melodramatic plot. If not, he would really die of laughter. Theoretically, the possibility of this is very low. Yun Nuashing turned to look at the statue for a while, and her eyes fell on the crystal droplet. It should be, but they found the statue and the crystal droplet in the middle and lower planes, where there were traces of the heavenly god of origin, and used it as the key to enter the upper plane. Some of them were outside, while some were inside. Later on, we came and drove the people outside back inside. We scratched his head. Based on past experience, you should say a lot to deny what I just said. Yun Nuashing glanced at him. You said it yourself. If this is really the case, I will die of laughter. Let's not talk about it. But there is a situation that is close to the conjecture. It is the possibility of being the beginning, the root of the incident. Since this body chose the chaos, something must have happened. They could not find the answer in order, so they chose the chaos. Perhaps they had come into contact with the chaotic void many times, and had come into contact with the chaos concept body that had reached some agreement. I think it is unlikely that an entire race, an entire world, would unhesitatingly embark on the path of rebellion against order with just one contact. But that was dozens of eras ago. It is difficult to trace it now, and we do not know anything about that era. Instead of guessing, it is better to ask Jingyin, Sui Feng, and the others. We felt a sense of loss at that. The origin of the beginning, that nonsense about the underworld. It also involved the heavenly god of origin, order, and the chaos concept body. Be it in the past or now, it was so complicated that it gave him a headache. A stepping stone, a stepping stone. The right path is not guided by anyone. We repeated what the underworld person had said, and the more he thought about it, the more he felt dizzy. Without knowing anything about the cause and effect, he felt like he was listening to a riddle. God knows what they were talking about. A lunatic is talking nonsense, but it could be referring to something. After all, they made a choice for the path they took. They knew something about the Deyuan realm, about order, and about the chaos. Yin Nuashing muttered, and walked forward to touch the grayish-white crystal. Just as he was about to take it down from the statue, the crystal suddenly released a weak energy, startling both him and Hui, and their expressions changed. Yun Nuashing somersaulted down from the statue, and just as he steadied himself, he thought that he had triggered something incredible. Just as he was about to defend himself, he saw that the crystal was releasing a weak origin energy and slowly rose into the air. It flickered, turned into a beam of light, and suddenly disappeared. It was exactly the same as the dozen crystal droplets he had seen before. Isn't it already in the upper plane? How can this thing run? Isn't this the key to open the barrier of the upper plane? Hui was stunned as he watched the crystal disappear in midair. Yun Nuashing's eyes searched the void, but it ran too fast and disappeared into the void in an instant. The place it's heading to is the center of the upper plane. Hui, some things might not be over yet. Huey's cheeks twitched. Well, can we give up halfway? Yun Nuashing glanced at him. This fellow was terrified. That was to be expected. Based on their experience in dealing with the origin god and the chaos god, things would get more and more ridiculous and serious as time went on. They had already fought a battle with the underworld, If there was anything else after that, wouldn't they have to face the origin heavenly God or the chaos concept body head-on? Obviously, we have to go there. It might involve the existence of this void, and, well, some things. Huey's face turned green. I don't really want to go. Please don't imitate my frightened tone. Yun Nuashing rolled her eyes at him, grabbed his arm, and walked out. Let's go. You're a mid-level Yuan-shi. Don't be so pretentious here. Dong! Hui was about to resist when a dull sound suddenly rang out in the side hall. It sounded like the sound of a wooden fish being knocked, and it was very loud. Then the entire side hall suddenly became completely dark, as if it had sunk into nothingness in an instant. Only the two of them were still shining because of the energy around them. They were the only things that could be recognized here. The sudden change of scene startled both Yun Nuashing and Hui. Huey's face turned green, and he subconsciously took out dozens of guardian shields. He waved his hand and scattered them evenly in all directions. Yun Nuashing took out the Netherworld Ruins sword. An energy of origin and annihilation boiled. She almost used origin, chaos, to turn this place upside down. A faint light came from behind, barely illuminating this place of pure darkness. Yun Nuashing and Hui looked at each other and turned around carefully. The light came from the statue in the darkness. It was a statue surrounded by the energy of origin. The energy in the statue was surging and gathering at the center. After a while, it condensed into a gray light and suddenly shot out. It went past the two of them and pointed to the distance behind, as if it was pointing to a direction in the void. Void coordinates. Yun Nuashing stared at the surging energy of origin in her eyes and understood the meaning of the light. It points to a place in the center of the upper plane. Now that we have the general direction, we just need to go and find it. The light slowly died out after a minute. Yun Nuashing and Hui relaxed a little. They thought that the scene would return to its original state. However, the energy of origin that had just fallen silent flashed and gathered again. In a buzzing sound of energy, the statue turned into ashes and dissipated as if it had been drained of energy. The remaining energy of origin gathered and condensed into a figure in front of them. It was a tall young man in a battle robe. They had seen him once. The guy who spoke a bunch of the original divine language and stunned them for a long time. It's this guy again. Hui could not help but mumble. Is this guy going to speak a bunch of the original divine language again? Yun Nuashing's face twitched when she heard that. She thought for a moment and took out a crystal ball, ready to record everything that she saw and heard. She planned to let Jingyan and the others help to translate when the time came. But this time it was unnecessary. The young man in front of them spoke the language of the mythological era. They could understand it. To the one who opened the image, no matter who you are, we salute you. Fellow citizens of Order, we hope that you can help us preserve this piece of information for eternity, regardless of whether it can be of use, or if it can only pass you a piece of information from the distant past. The young man straightened his collar and said coldly, My name is Ai Hongyin, the first successor of the god of origin. I hope that even if countless years have passed, the Void of Order can still remember this series of names. The fact that all of you were able to come here unscathed and activate the images left behind means that the chaotic void of order should have calmed down, and all the energy nodes left here have been opened. Only high-level life forms of order can reach this step smoothly. Perhaps all of you have understood what happened in the past and finally found this place. Perhaps you are like me, an inheritor of the heavenly god of origin. If it's the latter, it's naturally better. If it's the former, well, you might need a lot of time to understand the information I left here. After all, this concerns the core of the Deyuan realm and is also the most dangerous matter. Even if you're already a high-level life form, you still might not be able to understand what I'm about to say next. I do not know when the reflection was activated, nor do I know what the history of the Order Void that you are now facing is like. Perhaps you have forgotten what happened back then, or perhaps you still remember a part of the fragmented history. It is fine, I will explain it to you. It is a war that has been brewing since the 13th era and only became apparent in the 30th era. The war between the Order Void and the Chaos Void. I do not know if the later generations still know about the Chaos Void, but please remember that name. Furthermore, do not step into the other world. Everything that originates from the Order Void and causes disturbances to the Chaos Void, as well as events that are related to them, would cause indescribable changes to the Chaos Void, undetectable, uncontrollable, and the final result would cause the Chaos Void to activate, intensify its activity, and further erode the Order Void. Don't think that you have mastered everything just because you have reached this level. The Void will always be countless times more complicated than you can imagine. The Void of Order is still stable, but there are still undercurrents surging. There are countless things that you can't understand. Moreover, the truth that you know is not even half of the true face of the Yuan realm. If you still know about the Void of Chaos, the place that crosses the boundary of order is the so-called Void of Chaos. Well, I don't know how you would call it, and I don't know how you would recognize the things related to it. But there is one thing, only one thing that you must remember. They are the enemies of order. This is not a simple matter of who chooses who or who rejects who. It is an almost unshakable foundation that is engraved in the concepts of both sides. It is not that we chose to fight, but that we have no choice. In order to continue moving forward in the void, in order to live, we have to fight. If you have ever wandered at the boundary of the void of order, which is the distant border of the lower plane, you have ever seen blobs of ink-like things, humanoid black creatures that reflect an aura that completely contradicts order. They emit energy that incites hostility everywhere, and even when you face them directly, you cannot completely control yourself. Their existence can make order lose balance, and they can use everything in order as nutrients to eat away at everything you know. If you have ever seen them, whether you have fought them or have only seen them from afar, and have some understanding of them, whether you have changed the way you call them, I will now tell you their names. Chaos, the spawns of chaos. From a conceptual perspective, they are the spawns of the void of chaos, and they are an extension of the void of chaos. Just like how we are the spawns of the void of order. We are the same conceptually, but our standpoints are completely reversed. Therefore, we are destined to be enemies. If you can't understand, please remember all the information here. If possible, let it be passed down forever. Let more people in the void of order know about it, and be prepared for their eventual return. Perhaps the void of order has already calmed down, but don't ever think that everything is over. The current calmness may only be the end of the war after both sides suffered heavy losses. It is only a temporary peace, and no one knows when they will return. This war has lasted for countless years, and it will continue in the future as well. Before the end of the Grand Yuan realm, no one can stop. If you are ready to face the void of chaos, then continue forward. Come to my tomb. There's the last power that I have left for order, the power that I have left behind to deal with chaos. If you are still not ready, please stop immediately. Go back to your world. Until one day, when you understand everything here, then come and find me. The projection ended there, and the space of pure darkness around them slowly regained its light. They were still in the side chamber, but the statue was no longer in front of them. The first generation inheritor. We murmured softly. We have always thought that it was the origin, heavenly God. Then if we replace the origin, heavenly God, in all our previous deductions with this first generation inheritor, everything seems to make sense now. Yun Nuashing nodded slightly. The one who was swept into this void of chaos was not the origin, heavenly God, but a first-generation inheritor who was strong enough to fight side by side with them. This is his territory, his world. This void of chaos was created by him. So, those worlds that have been passed down from the 36th and 37th eras have countless traces related to him. The void of chaos that was banished here was created by him. It is his trace. Hui raised his head and let out a long sigh. It is the trace that has been erased by chaos. At this moment, in this void of chaos, no one remembered the existence of this first-generation inheritor. What the underworld has been looking for, could it be? Huey's eyes suddenly changed, and golden light burst out from his eyes. He turned his head and looked at Maple. His tomb. The people of the underworld who stayed here are looking for his tomb. They are looking for the last power that he left for order. That is also the power that belongs to the origin. Yun Nuashing's face twitched. She covered half of her face and sighed. Torturing the middle and lower planes to such a state, in the end it is still for... Do these people have a bottom line? Chapter 1838. The information left behind by AI Hongyun, the first-generation inheritor, was meant for all living beings of order, since it was unknown how much information the inheritor knew, and it was probably prepared in a hurry. The information left behind was mostly superficial. It would allow the inheritor to quickly understand some important information. However, most of the information was already known to the inheritor, and there wasn't much new information stored inside, which was a bit of a pity. Just like a message bottle thrown out by a shipwreck at sea, the inheritor tried his best to leave behind the most definite and greatest information that could allow him to be rescued. Or, if he knew that he was going to die, he would leave behind a message that could be understood in the shortest amount of time by the person who picked up his last words. He could not write too much, so he could only think of ways to compress all the words he wanted to say and pick and choose. Oh, that's not right. AI Hongyun mentioned something. He mentioned the influence of the void of order on the void of chaos. What the void of order did that could affect the void of chaos would cause something in the void of chaos to have a tendency to accelerate and eventually cause them to increase their efforts to corrode the void of order. This was something that they had never thought of and did not understand. Anyway, they had to record it down first. As for the specifics, they would have to let someone more professional than them explain it to them. All right. In AI Hongyun's message, the part that was spoken verbally was in the language of the mythological era, while the recorded information was recorded in the common language of all races. It seemed that he still hoped that the person who could come into contact with his last words was related to the origin. In the time that we tried to remember, the blurry timeline once again extended forward. Yun Nuashing waved her hand to dissipate the image that was spoken in the common language of all races. She then turned her head to Hui and said, "The 13th era began to brew. When the grand primordial realm was divided into 8 and the chaos era ended, the primordial realm was only peaceful for 13 eras before undercurrents surged again. It was not until the 30th era that there was a more obvious trend. The primal chaos void." Hui crossed his arms in frustration. Based on what we know, the primal chaos void is equivalent to the primal chaos concept body. They are equivalent to the primal chaos void itself. So, the new information mentioned above, could it mean that the primal chaos concept body would become active as well? No, that doesn't make sense. The chaos era lasted for 326 eras, and the war between order and chaos lasted for that long. If the activity of the chaos concept body presupposes the activity of the void of order, then the void of order did not exist during the chaos era, and there was only a domain of order. Even though the epic of chaos is over and the void and the great origin realm have changed a lot because of it, the two groups of people standing at the top will not be affected because of it, because it is a change that they made themselves. Unless they are out of their minds and want to cut off one of their arms. Obviously, they're not the kind of people who go crazy for no reason, so it is impossible for them to do such a thing. Yun Nuashing shook her head. The primal chaos concept body and the heavenly god of origin should not have changed from the beginning to the end, and there should not be anything that could change their nature. Then this sentence means, who knows? We can only assume that if the life form of the void of order disturbs the primal chaos void, it will cause some reaction from the primal chaos void, similar to a conditioned reflex. It is clearly a warning. Order do not enter, or you will be responsible for the consequences. Hui smiled bitterly. They rarely went to the primal chaos void, mainly because there was nothing there that would involve the primal chaos void. It was not a scenic tourist spot, and there were only destructive noises that were as black as ink. If they wanted to see the scenery, why not go to other worlds that were also part of the void of order? Traveling to the primal chaos void would only make them feel uncomfortable. While fiddling with the water droplet crystal left by AI Hongyun to record information, Hui suddenly narrowed his eyes and turned his head to look at Maple, who had sensed that something was wrong with him. Maple, come and take a look at this. Within the crystal, there are 2 areas that are used to store information separated by different energies. Other than the image just now, there is another thing. Hui said, when he saw Maple coming over, he carefully used his energy to trigger the other thing that was left behind. There was no image, but there was a sound. It was probably just a sound that was left behind for recording. However, the sound that echoed in the side hall. Why did it feel so familiar? It was as if there were countless garbage in the void being devoured, and a large amount of rules and order were quickly released into the void, causing a hollow and strange reverberation sound effect. To put it in layman's terms, it was actually the void choking because it was eating too much. Generally, it was possible to determine how many things were destroyed here by the volume and priority of the sound. However, this could only be determined by going to the scene. It was basically impossible to tell just by the sound alone. Is this the breath of the chaos? A clear voice that was suddenly mixed in the endless reverberation of destruction was suddenly heard, and it made Yun Nuashing and Hui tremble. Then their eyes widened. Huey's face was filled with disbelief. No, something is wrong. This is the first divine language. Why can I understand what it means? Yun Nuashing's gaze fell on his hand. It is the origin crystal that he left behind. AI Hongyun himself should have heard this and then put it in here. This should be a memory crystal. We directly read the cognition of this part of the memory that AI Hongyun left behind, so we can directly understand what it means. Interesting. Whether it is order or chaos, they are both equally interesting. Being chased by the De Yuan realm, constantly being chased, to the point that it swept up the whirlpool of life and death that engulfed the entire De Yuan realm, constantly destroying everything, constantly reducing thousands of things to zero, unable to break free. Such order and chaos. You can do everything you can to put on the most magnificent opera. Play slowly, and in the end, everything will be destroyed. When Yun Nuashing and Hui heard this, they felt their hair stand on end. They did not know if it was because this voice was mixed with the reverberation of destruction that created such a gloomy atmosphere, or because its words made them feel uncomfortable. In any case, when they finished listening to these words, a chill rose from the bottom of their hearts, and they only felt a chill. They could not tell whether the voice was male or female. After leaving such a string of brainless words, it disappeared. When it was suddenly cut off, it made Huey's heart itch. He did not know if AI Hongyun only caught these few words, or if he did not put the rest of the words in here. It's talking riddles here. Hui shivered for a while, and his face twitched. He turned his head to look at Feng. Do you understand what it means? There is no cause and effect, and there are no connected scenes. How would I know what it is trying to say? Yun Nuashing shook her head. Maybe it is just a sigh towards the void. No matter when, there are many people who stand in the void and sigh. God knows what is wrong with them. If you want to squeeze out some information, this should be something that a life form of order said when it came into contact with chaos. So far, I have not heard any inclination from it. Hui heard this, but shook his head. I think it is definitely not that simple. This is a message deliberately left behind by the first generation of inheritors. They even put it together with their own last words. Yun Nuashing was stunned. After thinking about it, she felt that it made sense. The secret itself was not a big deal, but if the secret was in the hands of some people who wanted to die, then something might happen. For example, the sentence "gather all forces." If it was said by a beginner deity, then it might be at the level of a normal gathering of people, and it might take a long time to gather 100 or 200 people. But if this sentence was said by him and Hui, then it would be a gathering of all forces in the void, and this force alone could stir up a storm in the void. Well, that was what it meant. Yun Nuashing nodded, but there is really no way to come to any conclusion. Ahem, listen, number three. Question mark. Hui said, "Are you telling me riddles too?" Yun Nuashing spread her hands. "Am I not demonstrating for you? Look, you don't know what I am talking about. You don't know what I mean by number 3, only I know. By the way, this is an urgent command I left behind. It is to pass this message to Yuan Ji through 3 or 4 methods. If I do not have time to give more orders, such as running into a chaos conceptual body when I go out for a stroll, or being ganged up on by hundreds of underworld primeval, I will be gone in the blink of an eye. I only have time to say 1 sentence, and that is the secret signal. She will understand what it means and will arrange things in the void frontline." Hui slapped his own face. Well, he understood, but why don't I know about it? Generally speaking, when I run into chaos conceptual bodies or underworld primeval, you may be next to me, so it is useless to tell you this. This was quite real. Those who could run into chaos conceptual bodies were related to the messy matters of origin and chaos. He could not handle it alone. If he wanted to handle it, he would bring Maple with him. Then the 2 of them would be in trouble together, or vice versa. Maple would sneak out alone and suddenly feel that something was wrong, so she called him over, and the 2 of them would go together, or something. According to Hui, since this strange message was left behind by the first generation of legatees, there must be a purpose in it. Just like what he just said, if he could get 200 or 300 kids to fight, he could also get 200 or 300 primeval at another level. But because the level he stood on was different, the things involved naturally needed to be analyzed according to different levels. Just by listening to these few sentences, well, he really couldn't figure out anything. Which high-level life form had not tried chanting to the void? It was normal, very normal. Well, no matter what, my intuition tells me that even if we want to investigate further, there is no way to find out anything. Yun Nuashing saw that Huey's expression was not very good. He probably thought of something bad when he was guessing. Instead of wasting time in a place where you can't get any results, why don't you go and deal with the matter at hand first? Hui heard this and came back to his senses. He nodded. That's true. After putting away the water crystal that recorded the 2 messages, Yun Nuashing and Hui slipped out of the temple. They took a look at the planets that were probably not worth paying attention to. They tried to explore for 5 minutes, and it was really possible that there was nothing left. Then what should we do with this world? We looked around. There was only the chaos collective created by the underworld people left here. There was nothing else. Let it sink. Leaving it here will only pollute the air. Hui gladly agreed. He left a cloud of divine energy for it to evolve on its own, and left the world with Maple. There would be a divine energy storm here in 5 minutes. It would be enough to destroy the structure of the world itself and the concept itself. Not even a speck of dust would be left. I Ching and the others had also dug into the void in the remaining 14 light clusters of the world. Their movements were a little bigger than the 2 of them. They had pierced through the void. At this moment, they had just returned to report. The group of people were very excited when they saw the 2 of them. With a shake of their hands, they threw out a bunch of chaos creations from the void. Their faces were full of excitement and anticipation. Then Maple burned all the chaos creations in front of the group of people. He saw I Ching and the others' expressions stiffen in an instant. It was exactly the same as his at the beginning. Other than these chaos creations, there was nothing particularly worth mentioning in the other worlds. The chaos collective hung all over the starry sky. There was only 1 planet with buildings on it. It was a lifeless planet. All the buildings there were in the shape of temples, and unlike the places where the 2 of them had encountered, there were no more hidden temples. To sum it up, The trip to the underworld branch had yielded a bountiful harvest. It meant that they were confused, frightened, and mentally polluted. When they came out, their faces were half black and half green. It was as if they had been slapped in the face by the energy of chaos, and they were almost suffocated by the slap. Since they had been ordered to do so, I Ching and the others had also left energy in the light clusters to delay the eruption. The group stood in the realm of order and waited for 5 minutes. All 15 light clusters shone dazzlingly at the same time. The bursting energy from within pierced the world barrier and its concept from the inside. Like seawater pouring into the void, it instantly drowned the starry sky inside. After a flash of origin energy, the entire void was clean. That was the version that was described. As for the feeling of direct observation, it was as if a bright light flickered in all 15 light clusters at the same time. In an instant, all of them vanished, leaving only the presence of rules and order after the annihilation of the light clusters. It would take a few more minutes to completely clean up. Well, then it's time to move on. After looking at the place where the 15 light clusters were destroyed, Yun Nuashing turned around and clapped his hands to get everyone's attention. He looked at I Ching and said, "I Ching, I've given you the coordinates of the void. You should go and look around there. Get a feel of the situation and set up the necessary defenses. We have to talk to the beings of order here about the follow-up. We'll go over there later." Their minds were filled with the light clusters of the underworld, and they did not have the time to care about the beings of order here. Now, it was time to take care of it. For example, they could leave a part of the defensive array or energy tower array. They could not stay here to help in the battle, but they should at least help to strengthen the counterattack of order. Speaking of which, Lord Maple, I've observed that the chaos spawns in the depths of the void have finished reassembling. There are still 3 groups of chaos energy. I Ching quickly said, "Why are there still 3? Huey's eyes widened as he turned to look at the empty void. Those bastards should be completely dead by now, right? Even if there are only 2 of them left, they can't still be hung up in the void by the abyssal death shroud, right? That's already involved the manipulation of the void's environment. The situation is not clear. However, this time, they did not show any signs of fusing together, nor did they fight among themselves. They are just moving towards the order in a uniform manner. The fact that they are not fighting among themselves should mean that they are still maintaining the same status for the time being. If they did not fuse, we can assume that they have lost the control of the underworld people, and that strange ability does not exist." Yun Nuashing said as she narrowed her eyes. "As for the abyssal death shroud, the abyssal death shroud might have been recorded by the chaos laws. After all, it is also a power of chaos. There is no need to pay too much attention to it. It is just a defective product and is still in its initial state. It is not as powerful as the abyssal death shroud that we have to deal with. The pressure that it brings to the order forces here is not as strong as the chaos soldiers." After throwing the 2 underworld captives into the temporary observer dimension and locking them up, the party dispelled the order realm and returned to the void. I Ching and the others continued to move towards the center of the upper plane without stopping. Yun Nuashing and the other 3 stood in the void and looked into the distance. The condensed power of chaos was rolling endlessly. There were indeed 3 types of chaos forces. 2 groups of chaos soldiers were sandwiched between a group of ugly, abyssal death shroud derivatives that were extremely contrasting. Judging from the momentum of the chaos gathering power, it would still take some time for the chaos soldiers to gather enough power to fight the order beings head-on. During this period of time, the chaos soldiers would slowly move towards them. Perhaps by the time they reached the front of the order formation, they would return to the situation of a 3-way battle. Order would then take this opportunity to intervene. Fortunately, when they were about to launch an attack on the underworld army, they had ordered the order life forms to rest and reorganize themselves. At this time, most of them had recovered quite a bit of their strength. The group of order life forms who had followed them to fight against the underworld army had also recovered quite a bit of their strength. Their strength was not at their peak, but it would not affect the next battle. They did not know how long this battle would last, and they could not give an answer regarding this void region, other than knowing that it belonged to a first inheritor. They did not know anything else. In fact, it was equivalent to not having any investigation progress. This was normal. When it came to matters of the void region, matters of origin, matters of chaos, there were very few obvious clues left behind. Even if they had been searching for a long time, they would still be at a loss. If they wanted to get an answer, they would probably have to go to the tomb of the first inheritor to find out if he had left an answer there. However, compared to the answer, he was more concerned about the last power left for order that AI Hongyun mentioned. But if it were Maple, perhaps he would be more concerned about what happened to this void and the 36th and 37th era. Only then would he be concerned about what the last power was. Well, if it's the realm of order, just use a few energy towers as order nodes. When the time comes, if you want to retreat, just carry the energy towers and retreat. The realm will also retreat with them. Next, you just need to spread the energy towers and magic circles throughout the entire realm of order to maximize their power. Hui clapped his hands and gave everyone a thumbs up, revealing a bright smile. The man who was the chief commander of order could not help but ask, "Is it okay to leave the power here? You still have to deal with some." "What? Hey, don't worry. We have enough power. The energy towers and magic circles that we have deployed for you can only add a little bit of power to us. It won't affect us much. Why don't you let them strengthen your power and make it easier for you to deal with chaos?" "This is true." The man nodded slightly. He had already used the energy towers and magic circles. Naturally, he knew how much power these things could increase their combat power. There was no reason for him to refuse. It was just that when he knew that this group of people in front of him had to deal with something that might involve the root of the problem, he would think of ways to help them instead of increasing his own power. However, he could only think about it. They had already said goodbye once. This time, there was no need to waste time. After helping to deploy the realm of order, Yun Nuashing and the other three used the void leap to meet up with I Ching and the others. If this isn't the realm of chaos concept bodies, we should have brought them out or asked for help from the front line or something. Hui looked behind him. He had already used the void leap. No matter how hard he stared, he could not see the group of order beings guarding the upper plane. Firstly, they could not get involved. Secondly, they could not bring the people out. They could only leave a portion of their power to assist in the defense. If they could not end the war in this void, it's not likely to happen. We don't even know how to get out, let alone bring a group of people with us. Yun Nuashing shook her head. As for asking for help from the front line, phew, we have to put in a lot of effort to protect our own home. Throwing a dozen people into the lower elemental realm is already considered a part of our power. Hui smiled bitterly. Is it that tight? It's hard to say. Every bit of strength that we have left behind is a bit more. What if we are missing the strength of a dozen people? Yun Nuashing said, shaking her head. It's just a saying. It's not to the extent that we are done for just because we are missing a dozen people. I just want to say that we have our own battlefield to be busy with, and we can't split ourselves. If the void frontline is destroyed, there is only one possibility, and that is to encounter an insurmountable gap. It is an obstacle that the entire void frontline cannot overcome. At the center of the upper plane, I Ching and the others were circling back and forth around an area. They took out energy towers and set up the realm of order here. Perhaps they knew that they might be involved in the most critical matter, so they were risking their lives to set up the defense forces. They set up energy towers as they set up, and in just a few minutes, thousands of energy towers surrounded the void in front of them. The realm of order had already spread out in the void. When Yun Nuashing and the others arrived, they saw that the void in front of them was surrounded like a hedgehog. As for why it was empty inside, They were already used to it. When they came to this void region, it was basically difficult to see anything. It was just like how mortals would squint their eyes when looking at things. As long as the coordinates were correct, there was no problem. As for where the things were hidden, anyway, let's just look around first. Chapter 1839. The dark void was silent. The origin energy and the power of order had built layers upon layers of barriers that were like iron walls. The barriers were constantly colliding with each other, exchanging energy and fusing with each other. They were tightly pieced together into a perfectly round sphere, sealing off the void in front of them. The energy flowing within the barrier left visible traces. It was like a huge net, and at the thousands of convergence points of the net, there were many colorful energy towers. The surging origin energy spread out through the distribution nodes of the net, spreading throughout the entire realm of order. Then it was released into the void through the barrier. The origin energy that was accumulated here was so dense that it caused the void at the edge of the barrier to feel a little pressure. At this moment, it was still spreading towards the center of the sealed domain at an accelerated speed. Lord Feng, Lord Hui. I Ching placed and checked the last node and slipped to the front of the two lords. All the origin energy towers have been set up. The realm of order has also been replaced by the realm of origin energy. But it will still take some time to spread the origin energy evenly in this void. What's the situation inside and outside the void? Have there been any changes since the seal began? Hui turned his head and looked at the huge domain that was set up. He felt that there should be no problems and then looked away. The connection between the inside and outside of the void has been cut off for the time being. I Ching glanced at the situation inside the sealed domain and nodded. There is no special phenomenon at the moment. I Ching's expression froze for a moment. He just received the news from the others and nodded. The 37 million energy towers arranged in the 2nd to 7th barrier have also been set up. They will continue to provide energy to the origin energy towers inside as the lower nodes. When necessary, they can complete an emergency overload in an instant to remove the complete 7 layers of the domain from the void and sink it into the void. The reverse energy can also completely seal off the 7 layers of the domain in an instant. Before the origin energy is completely exhausted, the sealed domain here cannot be opened from the inside. Yun Nuashing nodded slightly. So, the basic defense is considered done. Right now, we don't have any other way to set up a stronger defense. 7 layers of barriers. Hui looked at the empty void in front of him, crossed his arms, and muttered, "Is 7 layers enough? It's not enough. If something happens, it definitely won't be enough. The reason why we only set up 7 floors is because we only have enough power to set up 7 floors." Yun Nuashing shook her head. In order to set up an energy barrier from the inside to the outside, the energy towers on each level that acted as a node would require exponentially more energy. Accumulating up to the 8th level would require 50 to 60 million energy towers, which would be more than the energy towers on the first 7 levels combined. On the other hand, this simple and easy-to-understand arrangement was to compress and condense the energy of the layers from the outside to the inside, gathering the power of the tens of millions of energy towers in the innermost thousands of origin energy towers. The function of all the lower nodes was to accelerate the energy condensation and speed up the energy gathering. Based on the data, the deployment seemed to be on a large scale, but in fact it covered a relatively small area. It could be said that it was equivalent to using a force that could arm an entire country to seal off a small village in a corner. If 7 or 8 high-level primeval from the underworld were trapped in this layered domain, a group of people would be able to kill them all together. As for the purpose of this crazy deployment of power, nonsense. Of course, it was to defend against the concept body of chaos. It was just a precaution. If they really encountered the concept body of chaos here, they would have to be mentally prepared to fight it head-on the moment they met. Mental preparation alone was not enough. They also had to have something to help them fight the concept body of chaos head-on. Regardless of the outcome, it was fine as long as they fought. Even if the outcome was no doubt that they would be slapped back to the spiritual temple and await resurrection, at least they had tried. They had tried and resisted, but the enemy was too powerful. We're ready. Let's go in. Yun Nuashing clenched her fists and turned to I Ching. Then, according to the plan, we and I will go in. The rest of you will guard this domain from the outside. Before he could finish, Feng Qinghuang firmly grabbed his arm, while Siyu also rushed to hold his other arm tightly. The two girls looked at him with unwavering eyes. Yun Nuashing said, "All right, we'll bring you guys along. You guys continue to control the territory here and let it continue to accumulate power. As for the rest, wait for our orders. If we don't even have anything to say, just sink this place into nothingness. By then we might already be dead." I Ching nodded solemnly. "Lord Feng, Lord Hui, please be careful." Hui was dumbfounded by those words, which sounded like a tacit agreement, although it's good to say it in advance. "Feng, we haven't even found the way in yet. Are you so quick to agree that we'll get into trouble?" Yun Nuashing glanced at him. "I told you 3 minutes ago that I've found the way." Is there such a thing? Little Qinghuang, tell me, did Feng say that just now?" I Ching's face twitched. He turned to look at the void and said calmly, "Lord Feng did say that. Lord Hui, you were busy with the 6th domain at that time, so you might not have paid attention." "Hui. Aya." Yun Nuashing rolled his eyes and patted Feng Qinghuang and Siyu, asking them to let go of him. After that he walked forward. The origin energy in his body receded and the primal chaos energy surged out from his body happily. At this moment, the void in front of him started to churn. At the moment when the annihilation energy appeared, a dense chaotic cloud emerged from the void, which was pure black without any abnormalities. The moment the annihilation energy appeared, a dense chaotic cloud appeared. The rolling dark cloud revealed a kind of energy that made Hui and the others feel a little scared. The surging cloud seemed to be wrapped in something, which was faintly discernible. There was no way to see through it, and there was no way to see what was inside. "I really found the way," Hui muttered. Hui muttered in astonishment. His eyes, which were filled with golden energy, looked back and forth at the chaotic clouds in front of him. His expression was solemn. Pure annihilation energy. Only those at their level can have such an energy aura. They were not the countless low-level chaotic soldiers. Although they were also formed by annihilation energy, the energy level, energy density, energy aura, and other aspects could be easily distinguished. Their energy intensity was not as exaggerated as the concept body of chaos. He said it as if he had seen the concept body of chaos with his own eyes. Right now, what he saw were only the clones and shadows of the concept body of chaos. They did not know what the relationship between the clones and shadows was, but the shadows were enough to pinch them. What's inside? Another world of light? Or is it an independent space? Huey's body surged with golden light. The Guardian's shield and sword were on his body. He was fully armed and ready for battle. "I don't know. I just found the way. I didn't go in to take a look." Yun Nuashing shook her head. "The realm of chaos. I'm talking about the pure realm of chaos. It's not this void that is occupied by the aura of chaos. The things that exist in the realm of chaos are not absurd or chaotic. They are all transformed from something that really exists, or they are formed by distorting and solidifying something that once existed in the real world. It's a bit like the primeval realm. There is a difference. The primeval realm forcibly projects its own realm in a certain area by distorting the real world, the rules, and the void. It covers and temporarily goes to another space. As for the realm of chaos, from what I've seen and heard from them, it directly changes and distorts everything that exists in front of it, replacing it. Its existence has already caused destruction. Just by appearing, it has already caused distortion and change. Hui pinched his chin. In short, it's a completely unreasonable realm. Yun Nuashing nodded, slightly, and walked forward. Let's go. Enveloping the four of them with the annihilation energy and using the origin energy as a buffer, they walked toward the chaotic clouds. Seeing that they had begun to move forward, I Ching also retreated into the realm cast by the origin energy. Controlling the 37 million energy towers here, there was only one command from the will. Gather energy until the origin energy collapses the void in front of them. There were faint signs of solidification at the edge of the chaotic clouds, as if it had touched a layer of space. Yun Nuashing mobilized the annihilation energy and gathered it in her hand. Gently touching it in front of her, the solidified space automatically dissipated and opened the door. The chaotic energy behind the door suddenly rushed toward them like a gust of wind, causing Hui and the two girls to hold their breaths. Their expressions were extremely serious, although they had felt the energy breath of the chaotic concept body's shadow from afar. This time they were directly facing it. It was a completely different feeling when they were separated by a window and face to face. Just like at this moment, just touching the annihilation energy was like facing a lump of mud, and the feeling of suffocation followed. Be careful. If you can't do it, go into my spiritual world. Yun Nuashing turned her head and reminded the three of them. She was used to it, but it was hard to say for Hui and Siyu. It was their first time coming into contact with such a level of chaotic energy, and the primeval sky god was not necessarily any better. This was the second time he had walked into the realm of pure chaos. The last time was 5 eras ago, when he was in the cloud continent. The feeling this time was not much different from that time, even though he had changed himself over the long 5 eras. Stepping into the realm of chaos now was still like walking into a swamp and quagmire. The invisible pressure from all directions made him feel like he was trapped in it. His movements were hindered, and his footsteps involuntarily slowed down. He tried to capture something, but could only see a space without light. It was darker than the void. Compared to sight, his senses allowed him to clearly perceive the abnormality in this space. However, as mentioned earlier, he had changed himself over the long 5 eras. At this time, he would not be trapped in it from the beginning. Buzz! The origin energy suddenly appeared along with the light. The faint sound of energy and light suddenly rang in the realm of pure darkness. Hui, Siyu, and Feng Qinghuang were shocked. They quickly turned their heads and saw that it was Yun Nuashing who had lit up the light with the origin energy. They were relieved. They almost threw the energy in their hands away, thinking that there was something unusual. How is it? Yun Nuashing looked at the three of them and released the origin energy to prevent them from being corroded in the realm of chaos. It's a little heavier than I thought. Hui let out a long breath. The reaction of the divine energy in his body was much stronger than that of the origin energy in Feng's body. It was probably because his own energy was frightened and subconsciously resisted the overly dense chaotic energy that filled this space. Phew, it's okay. It won't affect us much for now. Siyu smiled at him, and Feng Qinghuang nodded. The light was trapped in the darkness. This was probably an inescapable law. The realm of chaos was like a black hole. It destroyed the rules, destroyed the order, and devoured the light. The only things that were allowed to exist here were endless chaos and darkness, no matter what happened in front of them. This was probably an unchangeable law. Seeing that the three of them were fine, Yun Nuashing nodded and led the way forward. The origin energy that was hovering around them tried to spread out in all directions, but it only tried for a while and then shrank back. It was already very difficult to light up a lamp in this place. It was just wishful thinking to want to light up the whole place. They walked for a while in the seemingly endless chaos. It was not short, but it was not too long either. Just like the first time they entered the realm of chaos, after walking for a while, a dim light appeared in front of them. The dim light gradually expanded as they got closer to it. Finally, it was like a constantly expanding gray ball of light that swallowed them whole. The violently expanding gray light blurred their vision for a moment. When the light dissipated, the four of them opened their eyes at the same time. The scene in front of them, which had been deathly silent and dark, suddenly became clear and distinguishable. The path in front of them was like a passage into the domain of chaos. This should be a characteristic of the realm of chaos, right? Hui listened to Feng Qinghuang's experience of entering the realm of chaos twice. He could not help but say, "Don't think that it's just an ordinary passage. Just the annihilation energy that permeates the passage is enough to repel 70% to 80% of the creatures of order. It's not a place that can be entered just because you want to. Even the primeval god can't enter it. We should stay by your side. With the protection of the origin energy, the pressure won't be that great. Sift through the people who enter. See you added." Mei Mao walked around twice and suddenly said in a very gloomy tone, "My realm is not a place that any Tom, Dick, or Harry can enter as they wish." Yun Nuashing said, "Which third-rate world's troublemaker's tone is that?" Although he did have the same idea as the chaos conceptual entity, they would not say such things. Anything that they were not interested in would probably be treated like grass or stones by the roadside. They would not even take a second look at it. Rats that barged in would not have the ability to step into the realm of chaos. The scene in front of them was a large hall. They appeared directly in this hall. When they turned their heads to look behind them, the space seemed to be infinitely extended. They could not see the exit, only the front. The spacious hall was golden and red. The stone pillars on both sides were hundreds of feet tall. They stood side by side on the left and right sides of the space in front of them, as if they were a path that led to the depths of the realm. A heavy and ancient aura came from every corner of this space, as if it carried the vastness and infinity of the sea of time. The sedimentation of time turned into streaks of patterns that were engraved on the stone pillars and walls of the hall. It had always been like this since ancient times. Yun Nuashing looked at the hall in front of her. Suddenly, her expression changed. "This is that place." "Which place?" Hui turned his head with a whoosh and saw that his old friend's expression had changed drastically. It was as if he had been slapped in the face by the origin, heavenly god. Hui immediately understood something. "You've seen it before." "Ah, could it be related to the origin? It's there." Yun Nuashing nodded heavily. "The palace of the origin, heavenly god, and the others. I've been to the palace on the origin continent twice. The style is exactly the same. Even the appearance is basically the same." Huey's face twitched violently. "Come on. Something related to the origin, heavenly god appeared in the realm of chaos? This is simply..." It was hard to imagine, but it was not impossible to accept. This was the tomb of Ai Hongyin, the first successor of the origin, heavenly god. According to the information they had gathered and deduced, it was Ai Hongyin and the two chaos concept bodies that had been swept into the void. The first successor must have used some method to kill them here, perhaps sacrificing himself to seal them here. Therefore, it was not surprising that the palace of the origin, heavenly god appeared here. It might have been left behind by Ai Hongyin, but why was it in the realm of chaos? It was simple. Perhaps the seal had cracked, and the chaos concept bodies had come out and occupied this place. After all, the meaning of a seal was to wait for the moment it was broken. It was fine to seal some things with a fixed lifespan, as it was a competition of who could last longer. However, when the target of the seal was something that did not have the concept of lifespan and time, the situation suddenly became very interesting. The spacious hall was empty, apart from the receding pillars on both sides, which indicated that they were moving forward. There was nothing else that was different. This was a space built based on the place where the origin, heavenly gods had once existed. Perhaps a part of it had been cut off to allow it to circulate, but no one knew how long it would take for there to be any other movement. Based on the usual behavior, even if there isn't a huge explosion, there should be something coming out to greet the guests, right? Hui finally could not hold back his words after walking for a while. Yun Nuashing and the two girls shuddered at the same time. The three of them turned around and looked at the blabbermouth guardian with an extremely complicated expression. The guardian regained his senses abruptly after being glared at fiercely. He stuck out his tongue awkwardly. Subconsciously, I shouldn't have fallen like this. Hiss, there's someone in front. The trio's faces twitched again as they turned back to look at the front. Right in front of the hall. They seemed to have reached the innermost part, and there was a throne under a wall that was thousands of feet high. Yun Nuashing's face twitched again when the two conditions were met at the same time. However, upon closer inspection, they found that this throne was not the same as the one he measured with his buttocks and Ai Hongyun's throne. It seemed that the origin heavenly god had built it according to his own preferences. There was a figure sitting on the ancient and majestic throne. His hands rested on the armrests, and he leaned back. Even though he was just a blurry white light, they could still feel his aura from the humanoid white light. Just by feeling, they could tell that this was a heroic, majestic, divine, and mysterious person. They could not see his appearance, but there was no doubt that he was the origin, heavenly god. However, it was even more thought-provoking that there was a shadow of the origin, heavenly god in the realm of chaos. Doesn't it sound very exciting? I dare say that when we take 2 steps forward, he will immediately stand up and show us his divine artifact. Hui said excitedly. He spoke so fast that he could not control himself at all. Siyu and Feng Qinghuang's pretty faces turned pale as they listened to him. Since the prophecy emperor had spoken, they had better get ready for battle. Shut up! Yun Nuashing was so annoyed that she elbowed him in the chest. Unless the origin, heavenly god, was present in person, no one would be able to see his true appearance. The lingering will clone that they saw last time could be considered as half a real person, so they could see him. Other than that, all they saw in other places was a mass of white shadows. In addition, they did not know much about the origin heavenly god. Although Yun Nuashing had heard about them, he did not know much about them. Not to mention, there was only a mass of white shadows in front of them, so they could not tell which origin, heavenly god it was. This was not the history of the mortal world. The shortest was a few decades, the longest was a few tens of thousands of years, and the longest was 1,000,000 years. There were still records of the past. Those people who had left behind a thick stroke or several strokes in history, as well as those earth-shattering events, could not be wiped clean in 1,000,000 years. However, it had already been 16 eras since the gods of origin had passed away. At the end of that era, she had even guided a spatial turbulence, causing the entire Yuan realm to shatter into pieces. History had become something that did not exist and had already disappeared into the long river of time. No one remembered what had happened in the past. The time span of 16 eras, plus the void turbulence that had forcibly cut off generations, made them, who were trying to trace the history, feel their way forward in the dark. Even if they found some clues, they could only squat there and ponder for a long time. In the end, they came to a conclusion. What is this? The figure on the throne at the front of the hall seemed to have noticed their arrival. He suddenly stood up. With a pair of deep and majestic eyes that could see through the sea of time, he stared at the 4 people who had appeared in front of him. Finally, his eyes fell on Yun Nuashing. There seemed to be a slight fluctuation in his emotions. Damn it! The moment he felt that he had been noticed, Yun Nuashing's pretty face was covered in cold sweat. Then he felt an irresistible force suddenly descending on him. He pushed the 3 people around him away almost by conditioned reflex. The origin energy explosion. Boom! Hui, Siyu, and Feng Qinghuang were suddenly pushed away by a force. They did not react at all. Then, a sacred and majestic force suddenly descended on them. The mighty destructive impact suddenly bloomed. They did not see anything clearly. They only felt that a force had swept Yun Nuashing away. Phone! Hui hurriedly got up from the ground. He was dumbfounded when he saw a deep gully on the ground. His eyes moved along the gully to the nearest stone pillar. There he saw Feng pressed against the pillar by the origin, heavenly god's shadow. The white palm almost penetrated Feng's chest. Hui and the others' expressions changed. They hurriedly unleashed all their power. Just as they were about to charge forward, the white figure suddenly turned into a cloud of white smoke and disappeared. The four of them were stunned. Yun Nuashing held his chest and sucked in a breath of cold air. Who is this? He ran away after slapping me. Hui hurriedly grabbed Feng's shoulder and pulled him down from the stone pillar. A wry smile appeared on his face. You're not a shield. Why did you push me away? Air. Instinctively. Yun Nuashing grimaced as he held his chest. His entire body was trembling. When he lowered his head to inspect his wound, he saw a ball of orange light in his wound. The origin energy. It was the origin energy of the origin, heavenly god. It seemed to be trying to merge into his body.